Hello, Ryler.
Good morning. Sorry if that was loud. I'm trying to find my headphones.
They're over there.
Thanks, Hardy.
Relatively quiet Monday. I don't see any relevant economic news showing up. Unemployment claims for April come out on Thursday. And Powell has a scheduled speech on Friday amidst the G7, so that may be an interesting catalyst to move SPY.
Any debt ceiling combos?
They're gonna raise it after a lot of compromises in one way or another. Expect austerity in everywhere but the military complex.
Do you think it's a guarantee it gets raised?
The alternative is defaulting, which could cause a bunch of T-bills to be called.
Oh, I know the alternative's bad. I just wonder if that might still happen.
Probability-wise.
The debt ceiling is being held hostage in order to push certain political agendas under the veil of compromise.
Yes.
I won't vote in favor of raising the debt ceiling unless you create a new government facility in my district for my constituents, or something along those lines. The final debt ceiling bill will need to be analyzed to see how much pork has been added and how many other things were put in.
I will say I do agree with you, Hardy. Whatever the final is, the military won't be touched.
I heard they're getting a 3% increase, in fact.
Someone asking in the comments about Cisco. Let's have a look. Oh, right, we don't have 300 people yet, so I can do this. Alright, Cisco. Earnings is on Wednesday after close. Expected move is plus or minus $2. Someone asking about rum. So if you buy a strangle on Rumble, that's a what? Let's call it 90-cent strangle, so the price needs to move 90 cents either direction. The way I'm calculating it, Thunderous, is I'm basically getting an at the money or slightly out the money straddle or strangle, and then it's the sum of the premium on both sides. And then Rumble, let's see, Vega, so it's like let's call it 10 points of Vega. So your IV crush on that would be 1 cent. It'll probably update as the day passes. If they raise the debt ceiling, that potentially means higher leverage. I think the US debt ceiling is what, 105% of GDP? US debt is now 105% of GDP. To my knowledge, the Japanese is the only higher one of the developed countries at 120%. So UUP might not be a good. Oh, UUP puts might be good, but keep in mind it takes a while for the impact of the debt ceiling hike to trickle down. Oh yes, I tweaked the setting on my voice changer. Also, lightly dry this morning. The Russell rebalancing play has. We already have a series of target tickers for the Russell rebalancing play, and I probably should put up a write-up on WallStreetBets proper. But basically, the idea is that between now and January 15, look for tickers that are at local highs, let's say 60 to 90-day highs from that list, and buy puts against them expiring mid-July into August.
Hardy, have you identified any specific companies yet, or are you still compiling?
The list is complete. Let me put this up again. So here are the Russell rebalance. Basically, anything that has candidate for puts are companies to look out toward. The one you'll need to confirm institutional ownership and the delta, or that is to say, the excess gains over the Russell. Okay, Tiger, hang on a second. Links down in the comments. Yeah, it's funny you say that phrase, xenophobia. The whole sell in May and go away thing is actually because of very skewed data. If you take out the Black Monday from 1987, the data which supports sell in May go away disappears. Simpsons, I'll eventually put the play on half on a double, but I'm not yet in a position to actually enter trades. I also need to figure out how to do tables in Markdown.
Speaking of Black Monday, there's like a lot of data that I ignore because of that event, and like I would say since then there's been other changes such as the circuit breakers. So something like Black Monday I don't think could even happen again.
Xenophobia, the whole idea behind sell and main go away. If you take away the Black Monday in 1987, the data which supports sell and may go away disappears. So, the consequence of not checking why, or checking your medians. For a lot of people, it really is go away. But everyone thinks they can beat the markets. Oh, congratulations, Nibbler. That sounds about right. I guess it depends where, broadly speaking, you're buying. Like if it's in the southeast, let's call it the Cotton Belt section of the U.S., I anticipate more pain ahead, especially as layoffs start happening in that area, and the laid off people cascade into missed mortgage payments. Yeah, Colorado, you're fine. Not too concerned. Pristine physics, that's part of the trouble. It's entirely possible for a company that underperforms to be bought up, but it's also even more possible for companies that outperform the Russell 3000 that are not included in the Russell 3000 to be brought up into the Russell 3000 and kick off the companies at the bottom. So you're better off looking for companies that outperform the Russell 1000 and 2000 in anticipation of shares being sold off to meet the rebalanced weight, whatever it's supposed to be. And that's partly why, when looking for puts, you need to find companies that have a large spread in terms of return between themselves and the Russell, and also have large institutional holdings, because then you have guaranteed sales volume or share selling volume.
Have you done this before, Hardy, or is this more something you're testing out for this year?
Last year, I suggested puts on health equity around June 15 for expiration July 15. Those who went in on the play at the price I suggested made out with a minimum 2-bagger. I got away with around 4.5 bags. So I'm hoping to do the same, but this time with more comprehensive analysis on the Russell 2000 and 1000 portfolios.
I just got a new headset. Can you confirm you can hear me?
We cannot hear you.
Perfect. Thank you.
I concur.
Servant, we're talking about something that'll bring tendies. If you direct your attention to the spreadsheet, see all those green boxes? Green is good. So after the '08 crash, there was a big rise in self-storage because people, after losing their homes, still had all their shit that they wanted to keep. And so, self-storage.
I think Scald is having issues again. Keep seeing his name trying to get in.
Warren has him. It's kind of like that hotel I pointed out to you the other day, the Xenophobia. I had to look into it. Not worth it anymore. At least not as a hotel. Maybe worth it as as a storage unit. Username. We were discussing earlier the fact that the Russell 2000 is rebalancing. Basically, they do this every year. So, with the rebalancing coming on, it means that stocks that outperform the Russell will have a portion of the shares sold in order to meet the original proportion that they're supposed to have in the Russell. And in anticipation of that algorithmic institutional selling, we're looking for stocks that outperform the Russell 1000 and 2000 and also have high institutional ownership. The high institutional ownership basically means that institutions, the ones who are owning the shares so that they can create the ETF blocks or doing ETF arbitrage, will be selling. And then also we need to check how low the volume is on a daily basis. Lower volume means the selling will push the price down.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, Hefe.
Eager Beaver. The ones that have column L marked candidate for puts are ones to look at. Right now, I think this list is sorted by the institutional shares outstanding, or institutional shares owned divided by shares outstanding. So you also have to look at the Russell gains versus the ticker gains.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Hi, Hardy. I got two questions. One thing, I couldn't find the chat section where you have posted the links. I'm
So,
sorry.
Are
I'm
you
pretty
on
new to
desktop
this.
or mobile?
Mobile.
Long press the title. There should be a chat section. Or here, let's try this. At Gojo. There you go. Let's see if you can find the chat now. Just tagged you in it.
Okay. And the second thing was I know we're going over the debt ceiling right now, and what if it gets resolved and the market sees it as a positive thing and starts pumping? And wouldn't you think that might be a good time to get some puts?
Correct. But we're not there yet.
Okay. Yeah, because Biden is meeting with McCarthy on Tuesday, so I was just wondering.
The decision won't be made at the meeting. McCarthy will still have to bring it back to his voting base.
All right. So those are the questions I had. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the debt ceiling negotiations are going to go down to the wire, if not past the wire.
If they go past the wire, it just means government shutdown will be threatened.
Correct.
Isn't it always
I'm not
just
too
swap?
worried about it. This has happened a few times in the past few years.
Isn't it always just posturing to appease their base?
Yep.
Nervous structure. What are you suggesting? Aside from the fact that this house probably should be torn down and rebuilt. An old hotel.
He's saying it's a good hardy compound. I see it.
The Fortress of Hardytude. Okay. Leopard. The puts are well. The recalibration is scheduled for the second half of June, and then tranches of shares will be sold off at a cadence determined by the ETF holder or the administrator of the ETF. Over that period, the sell-off needs to be completed by June 23. And then the reversion should happen over the course of that period. And then a little bit more into July, depending on any laggards that are there. Buying puts into August is a little conservative, but sometimes it's worthwhile. I wouldn't say calls automatically, because some companies that experience that outsized growth in 2022 will probably not feel it in 2023.
What's Leonidas's comment about the SEC? I don't think they're going to do anything useful. They have a track record of not doing anything useful.
What happened to the elevator music? Am I the only one not hearing?
No one else is speaking. I think people are still digesting that information.
Oh, but I'm still not hearing that sweet jazz music.
Yeah, I think WSB sound broke again.
Oh, nice.
Opinion.
Does he just wake up to start the stage and then go back to sleep?
Sounds about right. I wonder why Paul Tudor Jones would publicly say that. It's almost as if his portfolio is dependent on that outcome happening. Does anyone else have plays to share? Wall of junk. You're saying calls on Boyle?
So I've mentioned it quite a few times, but my favorite ticker at the moment, Romeo Echo Echo. They have earnings on, I believe it's tomorrow. So on Fidelity it says May 17th, but on Nasdaq.com it says May 16th. They beat earnings every time, and they're starting to get production going and orders coming in. So I'm pretty bullish on this one as well, and just want to mention it.
Great news. Do you know if they're going to have a conference call like last time?
I would hope so. It was kind of fun listening and hearing them speak, especially that since they hired a former Tesla executive and they've really gotten his help and he's smoothed out their production quite a bit, and hearing what they've done in their factory and how they can assemble so many vehicles in such a short period of time was cool to hear.
Yeah, it's definitely all sounding very positive. Even cash flow is positive. They're out of the research stage. They're going to start delivering products fourth quarter. I'm definitely bullish on RE. I got like 1,500 shares. I even got calls on RE 2024. I picked them up for 5 cents, and they have hit 8 cents already. They've been in the green. So I got to sell for 10 cents just to flip them. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody bought them. But other than that, well, the only snag would be if they don't pass their certification for the country.
Right. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that last time. Do you have any links about that?
I'm gonna look into it today, but I did read Toyota Hino had a similar deal. I don't know if it was EV or it was just like an intermodal bus, but they couldn't get it to pass certification because it had hexavalent chromium, which I believe is stainless steel for some reason. And they pulled out of their deal and they lost millions of dollars. I forget who they partnered with, but they abandoned the deal. So I was a little fearful of that, but
Right.
more optimistic on RE. So I'm looking into it to see like what they need to do and if it's possible or plausible.
Yeah. So is that because their headquarters is overseas?
Orders.
Oh, sorry, you broke up there.
Which company's headquarters?
RE, because they even though they're listed on the Nasdaq, they're based in Israel. But they have a plant in Austin, I believe, or Austin, Texas. Yeah.
Interesting. I'll have to look into that. That'd be an interesting job opportunity to do marketing for RE because we're already doing it. I thought about it seriously.
And
but I think
just for the record, we're not getting paid to chill any companies here. We wish we were.
Yeah, this isn't a financial advice. This is definitely a meme stock, and that's the only reason I bought it because I like the name.
Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing is that for anyone who doesn't recall from a couple months ago, we started memeing this on the Discord here just because of the name RE, and then several other members were like, "Hey guys, this might be a deep value play, so let's keep our eyes on it." And then just some more news started coming out, and we're like, "Okay, let's do this. Let's buy some." And it's all in good fun. So I mean, always do your own research if you're interested in buying any.
Yeah, definitely. That's what got into it. Is you had brought that up a while back, and I was like, oh, I'll look into it. I like the prospect of the owning the meme stock. But
Yeah, that's the funny thing. If it ends up being a hidden gem and they outperform, like then we get to look back at these conversations and take all the credit.
Yeah, I mean, even if they perform on target, I think it's going to be a highly valued stock compared to what it is now. So I think it's definitely a big margin for growth.
100%.
And with the as far as like the certifications, I think it's mainly the countries they're trying to market to. They have their own certification standards.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean that's going to be a big since they're like a commercial fleet electric vehicle. They're going to be trying to get their foot in a lot of international companies too, because like let's say if Amazon has a deal with Rivian to do trucks here, like that's going to be some steep competition to try to beat. So they're going to have to compete in a lot of other markets.
Yeah, they also released their new model, the P7-C, which is like an upgrade variant of their existing. So it looks like a skateboard. It's modular. It's got 4-wheel steering. It's like really, really nice stuff. Put any body you can imagine. I brought it up last time. I'm going to put like an ATV quad body on it. So it's just like open roll cage, on the thing.
Yeah, it'd be fun to. I need to get a new riding mower, so maybe I can use a re-platform to do that.
Yeah, I mean, like this might even the 4x4 market because from what I understand, each wheel has turning and a motor. They just put some big rims and tires on there, and see what the limit of the current suspension is and modify it. Then it has some potential there, or put like portal hub axles like the Humvees have. with the reduction gear to get some more ground clearance. Like a lot of possibilities.
Pretty sick.
So yeah, calls on Reed 2024.
Pew pew pew. Anybody else want to come on stage and share some plays? The market's going to be open in 23 minutes.
So open my regional bank puts print. I'm gonna try to exit those. Missed out last week. Calls on AT&T. It's probably too early now, but like I'm gonna look into long dated calls because they got that deal with BlackRock coming up to install fiber optic networks throughout the country.
Good morning, Roadkill P.
Hey guys. I only have one play, but it's not really what you call a solid play, more like a guesstimate of the future. Chegg, with how everything's been going with ChatGTP and how it's pretty much easy to look up anything on there and pass a class, I don't think people are going to be paying for Chegg as much. So I just plan to short it for the next 6 months.
Was Chegg planning to employ the same software that their competitors would be using?
No, their entire business model is based off of you do a class, you give them the papers and the test and everything, and then they use that information to resell it back to new students in the future.
Oh, right,
That's
right.
the whole business
So
model.
is there no way to incorporate AI into that model?
Even if they did, their AI
Why would people pay for it
ability,
when you can get it for free?
their AI
I'm
ability is about as good as the students trying to cheat off of them.
I agree. I'm just asking
It's
questions
college
here.
students, like broke college students at that. Like,
I have one $6 put on egg dated out to October 20th. This is a gamble.
yeah, that's not financial advice, by the way. I just tossed like a little bit of money at it and figured it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, I
I was
wonder if
thinking
we can get a banner up on the stage that says no, this is financial advice.
No, someone's in here. It's like Chegg.
I'm sure someone's gonna put a meme, come up with a meme to put in the chat.
The well-known fiduciary obligations of random dude on Discord needs to be disclaimered at all times.
I mean, it
I'll
doesn't
have
even say members. It says degenerates. So I think people should be able to get a hint from that
Rad,
alone.
how many lawsuits do you have right now of people trying to sue you for financial advice?
Oh, all of them, just all the lawsuits.
What
I've got a
God?
big stack somewhere of people being like, "You lost me money," and I'm like, "Excuse me, I lost us money, sir and madam. Thank you very much."
Just respond to all lawsuits to ChatGPT, buddy. It'll be fine.
Oh, so my plan is to countersue myself for losing myself even more money than they lost, and then I think that should just create an infinite loop and cancel it all out. I think that's how it works.
anyone else got puts on Taiwan Semiconductor. Got them for 65 for July 21st.
Skull, do you don't have any more issues, right?
No, I'm all good.
So were you saying
Sorry.
when Hardy was streaming, you couldn't join the chat?
The
Yeah,
button
that's
apparently
right.
was
But
obscured.
someone else said that I just needed to click into the stream and then I could accept. So I'll test that out next time.
Yeah, I think I've done that before too. Good morning, Maggie.
Good morning, Vietnam. How y'all feeling today?
Bullish as always.
Pretty slow
good.
Monday, all things considered.
Natural gas is doing something. Halted in Australia. I'm curious what's going to happen at the bell with Boyle. We got Baba earnings this week. Pretty bullish on that, huh? Matrix here? I need some Matrix.
I haven't seen him around. I don't know where he's been.
Trade desk was really good last week. I'm still bullish. It's still undervalued, I think. TTD had that really good earnings play. Yeah, the earnings play was great, but I'm still holding shares. Bullish on end phase. Oh no, I pushed the talk's getting stuck. Sorry about that.
Man, it really is different without that elevator music.
Oh yeah, where is it? You should make it
Apparently.
solfeggio sounds. That's what I've been using. It's really helping to calm people down. I just put on some solfeggio 528. Everything gets calmer.
We'll have to start karaoke competitions.
We got Monday.com coming up with earnings right now. Oh, Exela just hit a 52-week low. Oh, did that reverse split? Looks like it.
I wouldn't be surprised if it did. It's been
I think I
heading
know
towards.
where to go. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like I don't know what they're gonna do about the option chain.
So I bought calls on that a while back because people were screaming like this is going to be the next big short squeeze, and I was gullible, and it didn't work out that way.
I mean, now I might be bullish because they have like 15,000 or 17,000 employees or something. Really crazy how low it is. It's got to do with this natural gas. George Soros tweets, "I am alive and healthy." Oh, thank God.
I wonder who asked.
That's a great question. I haven't looked at the earnings yet. I've been very bad this weekend. Oh, Workhorse and Trevana, that biotech company that ran so much last week, has earnings right now this morning. Remember TRVN, that little company that was like running like 500% or something? I wonder if that's why it was actually running. Home Depot and Baidu tomorrow. Anyone bullish on Rumble? I've been hearing a lot of rumbles about Rumble.
So you've been hearing rumblings about Rumble? Sorry, I had to do it.
Permitted, that's correct.
I need a
You got it.
badum. We need a soundboard so I could do the drum thing.
Do we have one? I got some. I put some.
I
I'll
don't
load
think
some up.
I think we'd lose a lot of audience members if we had a soundboard here.
That's probably true. You'd have to lower it really low. Yeah, you don't have control over their volumes. Yet. It would be cool if you could put like the server soundboard at like 10%. Like, you know, so everybody heard it at 10%. Yeah, I'm pretty bullish on all these Chinese companies this week, honestly, just looking at this. Baidu, Baba, Cisco, I'm bearish on, I think. Anyone feel any way about Cisco this week's earnings? Ten minutes till the bell.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody's morning today?
I'm good. Thanks for joining us.
Off to a rocky start. How about you?
Good, good. Just give me a moment. Gotta catch up with the news today.
You're not missing out much. Unemployment on Thursday, J Powell on Friday. George Soros almost died.
Wait, who?
Is that for real?
It's so
I guess
good.
it didn't miss much, huh?
I would not be so
There were
lucky.
rumors. There were apparently rumors of George Soros' death.
What's on Soros?
He's in so much trouble.
If he were to actually die, then I guess it'd be bullish. What could happen?
Well, they need him for the vote, right?
Who would fund everybody? I know, but what would happen? What could happen?
So I'm thinking NVIDIA is the play. I mean, I know everybody's thinking that, but with the AI, this AI is definitely. I've been listening to a lot of podcasts and whatnot. And this AI they're comparing it to .com, like just crazy. And they say it's had a couple of AI winters, I guess. But now, since NVIDIA is one of them that's pumped out these really powerful chips that has finally making AI come to reality, I guess. So I'm just, I mean, I'm looking at NVIDIA calls and
Question for
orange
you,
for sure.
Akasoma. NVIDIA produces
NVIDIA
the
call?
H100, which is the the largest, I think, VRAM chip, right, for LLM generation. Do you know who actually produces the chip?
No, I don't, Hardy. Tell me. But I'm gonna go
TSMC?
calls.
TSM manufactures the chip, and NVIDIA cannot buy more capacity. So where will
Got
the
it
growth
right.
come from?
All I know is that
Okay,
I've lost shorting NVIDIA.
so that's a little roadblock for them a little bit until that's available, or like the TSM thing, as far as no one else can compete with TSM on that. Intel couldn't jump in there somehow.
Intel's fabs cannot produce at the 3 nanometer level, at least not with a viable yield. The only other company would probably be Samsung, but they're
Because
too
of the
busy
glass
creating. It's not. It's the size of the transistor is so small that when you create a new die for a CPU or any sort of AI or GPU chip, some percentage of the dies that are created will be flawed and therefore unable to sell. So on a wafer of, let's say, 200 dies, let's say 3 of those dies are good for H100s, another 10 are good for A100s, another 30 are good for mid-level chips, and then the remaining 50 or whatever are worthless. That's generally how these fabs work.
Okay. So I have no idea how any of that works, but would something like, let's say in China, they have classrooms where they're already using AI to teach the kids. Like they monitor everything from their brain waves to like if they're distracted or not. Would having such a large test group, because that's essentially what they're doing, they're using their schools as test groups to develop their AI, would that advance their progress to where they could compete against TSM and Samsung in Korea?
They've tried that. So there's a Dutch company that produces the fabs. Chinese bought one, disassembled it, reassembled it to try and understand how it works, and it no longer works because a lot of that is the calibration equipment which they no longer have, which they didn't have when assembling the machine.
Ah, okay.
So Hardy, let's say NVIDIA does figure that out. That would be a good play, wouldn't you say?
Correct.
So then that's like TSM first, Samsung and Nvidia are tied for second, and the Chinese will eventually get it.
Are you considering TSMC Chinese? They are moving their base to Arizona. I mean to Arizona, right?
Correct. But the Arizona fab will not have their best technology. It'll be, I think, on the 15 nanometer scale.
Okay, can they move though, like product to that to kind of like protect it from China in the worst case scenario?
What do you mean? It's not in TSM's
Like kind of like a
interest to have
distribution.
the most advanced technologies and most advanced techniques outside of Taiwan.
That's true, but it could shift to become in their best interest if something was to go wrong or something were to shift politically.
Yeah, they could lose it all, but we
Sure.
could help them by keeping it.
So when you say they're moving to Arizona, are they putting like,
They're putting up a new fab, but I don't think they're shutting down the ones in Taiwan.
so is it pretty much going to be a situation where everything's made outside the US and then assembled here?
Unlikely. This fab is for actually developing the chips. So the TSM fab in Arizona will probably be for commodity chips.
Okay,
Things
because
that
I know a lot of companies they do that, so their stuff says manufactured in the US, but all the parts are made outside of the US.
So in the event of tariffs with China, basically secondary manufacturing will move to Vietnam, and so Pan-Asian shipping will be bullish.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Pretty much Amazon, isn't it?
No, Amazon is not in the business of sourcing that products. It's the suppliers to Amazon who use the marketplace.
But in
That'd
regard
be
to shipping,
freight like DHL, I guess.
Oh, for shipping, it would probably be any of the container companies. Think Maersk or Evergrande
but do you know about
or
Amazon's
Evergreen.
global logistics network?
Is it actually global? I thought they focused
Yes,
on the
they're
respective
building it.
continents.
They're building it to be global, slowly
Isn't that like
and
5 years down the road, though?
yeah, it would be done, of course.
3 minutes till market.
But I find it compelling. They're building like smaller ships to get through like the Northwest Passage and the areas that the other bigger ships can't get through. I think that's pretty smart long term.
You have a source on that? Amazon Global
I
Logistics?
do. Yeah. Hold on one sec.
Because I see Amazon Freight, but that's US, EU, and UK, not Asia, for example.
Right. Well, so let me see if I can find it. It was like a speculative DD that I read up on that was very compelling. It wasn't like a direct release from Amazon, but it was related to the Rivian, like Sumitomo backed Rivian, Sumitomo and the UAE fund. And it was in that DD. I'm trying to remember out loud. In that DD about Rivian and Sumitomo being the steel company that Amazon introduced them to, there was a lot of rumblings about Amazon actually building their own ships using Sumitomo steel, or using. Well, I think originally it was smaller containers inside the ships, and then the DD suggested that they're actually making ships. And I saw a picture of their ships, so I have to find that DD. Yeah, that's pretty important. It's a big difference.
Looking forward to reading it. Market in 20 seconds.
Yee.
Good luck, everybody.
Let's go.
My green wheat.
Separately, I'm looking to buy puts on Home Depot in anticipation of their earnings. When I visited the other day, there was still a lot of inventory in the middle of aisles.
Yep. Same here, Hardy.
So
I agree
true.
with that. Yep. I see that too. And I usually go there a lot in the early morning hours. I don't see as many contractors there in the early morning hours as I normally do either.
So, in anticipation of Tuesday earnings, intend to buy May 19 20 Delta puts against Home Depot. Very speculative, very degenerate, so no more than maybe 0.25% of my portfolio into this play. See, 38
The only
billion in
positive news I
estimated.
heard about them is that they're using AI robots to help them with inventory, but I think their problem right now isn't managing inventory. I think their problem right now is managing more customers in the store.
So, makes sense. Year over year is expected revenue slight decline for the quarter. I don't think the decline will be slight. And then quarter over quarter looks like a 10% increase expected revenue. And a
Hardy
small
with the
increased
with
earnings per
Stag.
share. Go on.
With Stag, well, with the lumber prices going down, couldn't they keep them high for more profit for them? Because they did drop a lot, the lumber
Who
prices.
would buy? If builders aren't building, who will buy?
No, but I'm saying previously, yeah, that's definitely slowed down. But for the last quarter, shouldn't they get a nice hit from the more profit on the lumber?
That's exactly my point. They could have 100 units of lumber now priced at $10 a lumber. But if no one's buying the lumber anyway, it doesn't matter how high or how low the lumber price is. What margins they could have had won't be there because no one's buying.
Okay, I feel you on that. But a lot of the contractors, they're still going, I believe. I mean, around here they are at least. They're still pumping. I know the retail definitely slowed down. That's why all the middle shit's in the middle of the aisles because that's basically retail shit, not for the contractors. But I
I'm
do see a
waiting
lot of
for good
contractors on the
deals.
pro checkout.
Where are you? Like metropolitan area?
I'm in Palm Beach area,
Palm Beach, okay. How much of that
Palm
would you
Beach, Florida.
suspect is reconstruction in the wake of whichever hurricane it was?
No, I'm on the East Coast, so it's all new construction. And a lot of what's going on now is because they're running out of land. They're doing a lot of multi-family building, and plus it's helping out too with people not being able to afford single homes. But the farther up
Multifamily
north you
building
get,
has higher margins. That's the only reason why they do it.
okay. But okay, so then farther north, there's definitely. I was just up in Daytona actually last weekend, and I saw a lot of new homes being built. A lot off of 95 and the Turnpike.
Aren't you
Understood.
guys not able to have homeowners insurance down there or something? I heard something about that. That's crazy.
So the thing about Florida, there's a law which protects roofers, and the idea is that a roofer can show up at a house, say the roof looks like shit, file some paperwork with the state, who will then pay for a new roof, and then pocket the money without doing any real repair or replacement on the roof. And then add to that, most insurance in Florida, I believe, no longer insures hurricanes, or there's some provision which allows them to get out of hurricane payouts. And
They
there's a
got
new
really high
Florida law
deductibles.
passed to try and prevent that. And so the insurance companies have instead left.
Yes, that's a major problem. Everybody's insurance down here is getting jacked. Mine was doubled last
Yeah, so I'm a little surprised that you see the pro desk crowded.
There's a lot of cash down here right now from the influx from a lot of people from up north and out west are coming to Florida. I don't know why, but that's what's going on right now. And that's probably, it's
I
a
don't
little
know
boom we're
why.
having.
Everybody
I
has problems. So
If
I'm
that's
not.
the case, then the increase in traffic in the Florida store would be offset by a decrease in traffic in the store where they're coming from.
That's true. That's true. I'm with you. I'm with you on Home Depot. I've been looking on them for a while.
We have a lot of domestic immigrants that are flooding into our state as well, but our Home Depot, like I said, our contractor desk isn't that busy in the mornings, which is when they usually go there.
Whereabouts are you again, Gino?
Georgia.
All right.
We have a lot of New Yorkers and Californians that are invading our state.
All the people being relocated to Atlanta.
Yeah.
Well, T-Prince was also saying how they changed the rules for going to the big room to get discounts. It has to be a lot higher now.
Yep. Yeah.
Sounds about right. So currently 20 Delta is around 270, 250 puts on Home Depot. That's a bit of a jump, so I might have to back it up a little bit. Maybe 30 Delta, 280s.
Market's open, by the way.
Yes, it's been open.
Yes.
But
Hey, Hardy, thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
of course. Yeah, let me go write it up as a degenerate gambling play and then post it to half on a double.
Looks like the regionals are green.
Man, yeah, we're talking about Elon Musk and Twitter in there. Finally stepping down from Twitter, but not before he took a dump in the town square, right? I mean, man, he just ruined that thing. He just showed up, ruined Twitter, leaves, no explanation.
The people who made out were the ones with massive amounts of vested shares.
Have we confirmed if the new CEO likes horses or not?
I don't even know what we're getting at here, but my kiddo thinks that horses are just giant squirrels because my kiddo is 2 years old and doesn't understand how the world works.
So,
If you're
Scald, I'm
talking about
getting at the people who accused Elon of offering to have them sleep with him in exchange for a horse. Was the joke
Oh,
there?
I see.
Yeah.
Interesting. Got it. I
Apparently,
had
that's
no
a
idea that
thing.
was even a thing.
I didn't hear about that
Apparently,
either,
he
but
would
I
be
did
like, "I'll
hear
buy
that
you a horse," and they were like, "That makes me uncomfortable."
she doesn't believe in fake news.
Right. No,
She doesn't think fake news is real.
yeah. No, my kiddo saw a horse for the first time the other day and was like, big squirrel. And I was like, that is a horse. And my kid was like, no, big squirrel, and pointed at the horse again. I was like, that is a horse.
I think
Anyway,
she's indexing off the tail.
Yeah, no fake news here. Kiddo knows what's up. That's actually just a giant squirrel.
I'll keep it that way, because if she gets into horses, it's going to be all your stock money gone. So, big squirrel.
That was good.
I need to start getting more plays together for the morning shows here. I'll see what I can come up with. Oh, I'm out of XRX and Noel, by the way. Just an update on where I'm at on that. I still have long dated puts on UUP. Looking for downsies in the US dollar at some point between now and January. Someone said in the comments, is Stellantis a good stock? I would say yes. I like the stock.
Stellantis has been excellent to me. They have a nice dividend, and I've been in it for 6 months now, and it's up. Solid fundamentals, solid company.
Do we think the bottom's in on Intel, guys? Like, is it done? Like, now they're just going to get pumped full of federal money, and it's just upseas from here? I've been trying to figure out when to buy Intel, and I keep hesitating. And every time I hesitate, Intel drops more, and I'm like, good thing I didn't buy. And so, like, that's happened like 3 times now.
Set up a
So-
buy ladder starting at 25 and then every dollar below that.
Do you think so?
For now, that may change depending on what news comes out in the next 6 months.
Yeah. I think I don't know. I'm just trying to.
Well, you could always sell put scalps. You get paid for buying, especially if you think it's good. It's a bullish.
Intel always seems weird to me because they're essentially collecting federal money to throw it out as a dividend to the people who are still holding their shares. I don't know, something about that feels weird.
Yeah, AIG tried to do the same thing. Didn't work out for them.
Wisa going to the moon. Yeah, I saw that. WISA. Wisa.
Sounds like a charge, something Jar Jar Binks would say.
I just read Fed Bostic says he doesn't see rate cuts until 2024.
I mean, there will be pauses. The first step will be pauses, and then the rate drops.
Yeah, a lot of these analysts are starting to speculate. They're saying that there's going to be a rate cut by the end. That's part of their thesis. I don't believe it.
I'm also putting in an order for short May 19, 2050 puts on GameStop.
You're joining me, Hardy. I've had that for a while.
Can you repeat that? Shorts on what for GameStop?
GameStop May 19, 2023, 2050 puts short for 35 cents or less.
Thank you.
Because it comes out to 1.7% return in 4 days on the collateral.
I guess this week's going to show how strong the consumer is.
Yeah, it should be interesting.
It's only quiet, Jefferson, because WSB sound is broken. No cool jazz loops for you.
From now on, anytime anybody brings up HKD, Top, or any of those other stocks, I'm just going to respond with screenshots from the old school cartoon Hong Kong Phooey, because that's how I feel about that.
I used to watch Hong Kong Fooey Scald. I get it.
Yeah. Dude, I bought just one share of Top, just trying to get a fucking dinner. It didn't work out.
That's definitely a good throwback. Now, if anybody doesn't read memes, I'll just post underdog.
Nice. Underdog. Taking
Yeah,
me
that was
back.
Bullwinkle.
I'm still upset that Twink never became a meme ticker. What a wasted opportunity. We could have had so much fun with that. Ugh. Still hope it happens one day.
Twink?
I'm starting to think BJ's is a good meme ticker, because, I mean, they trade under the name BJ. It's pretty darn funny. And they actually have a core business. They're like a wholesale competitor to Costco. Like, it's
We should
not
put
Yeah,
together.
completely.
it's always funny when your wife's going to BJ's.
Look, all I'm saying is, we could have all had Twink calls. People who were up could have said that they're tops. People who were down could have said that they're bottoms. We could have had a whole Twink sub community. It would have been amazing. But it never manifested.
Well, we were talking about Twink being the power bottom of the bear market when it kept pumping and everything else was going down. That was all pretty memey. I know a few people traded it, but I don't think anyone held shares long. It was approaching local tops, so it didn't. Oh God, it was approaching a local top, so it didn't make sense all it long.
We should put together a portfolio just of meme stocks, and I think it would take off.
Now, forget meme stocks. We need a portfolio of memeable tickers.
I've got a wedding to attend in June. What car should I rent from Turo to go from New York to somewhere in bumfuck nowhere, Connecticut?
Why not
Should I
just
try
take
to
the
get
ferry if you're going from
There-
New York to Connecticut?
no ferry?
Range Rover.
I'm wondering if I should take the time to experiment with a Lucid, or it has to be on what's it called, Turo, and preferably something that delivers. It's just me with Anita. We're leaving Noah with a sitter. Rimac, isn't that the car that Hammond crashed?
Tell me about Top Gear right now. What?
You mean the Grand Tour?
So Top Gear 2, electric Boogaloo.
More or less.
I got you.
It's on Amazon Prime if you want to watch it. It's actually quite fun. It indexes more on antics than on cars though, which is a little unfortunate. So let's see. Can I create a Turo account?
I used to work for an automotive company that had a pretty nice test track, and once a year they would let employees drive on the test track, and we ended up indirectly contributing to a list of vehicles being banned from being used on the test track when they found out that myself and several other people in the project management group were throwing in money to buy a Reliant Robin. And they were like, you are absolutely not allowed to take that on the test track. That three-wheeled vehicle that rolls at like 5 miles an hour. I was like, this is going to be great on the hairpin turns. We're just going to have to hold it upright.
I understand, Stipper. That's why I'm using the Turo car insurance brought to you by Travelers. Let's see, Super Deluxe. We got here. Jefferson, degenerate play. Home Depot 20 Delta puts before market close. Earnings tomorrow morning before market open. Lucid Air rents for $288 per day. Not bad. What else we got? Porsche Taycan? Would that be too presumptuous? Home Depot play is on half on a double. What was it? Log. $20 Delta puts at $350.
I said 20 triangle puts because, never mind.
I'm not a motorcycle guy, Bitcoin. This is for a wedding. And I don't own a car because I live in New York. Implied move for Home Depot is about $13 either way. Okay, I think you people don't know how Turo works. They don't have... Like, these are the most deluxe cars available.
Isn't Turo like peer-to-peer car rental? Like it's individuals, it's not a company, right?
Not exactly. There are some people who created companies to buy luxury cars to then rent
Oh,
out on Turo.
interesting.
So these are cars for people 30 and older that are available. Oh, I also want things that can be delivered to me because I don't want to have to go anywhere to get the car. Uh, I-8, okay. How do I get delivery?
Hardy, are you
So
buying a car or are you renting one?
I'm renting it for a weekend so that I can drive up to bumfuck nowhere, Connecticut to attend a wedding.
Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say the world is really ending if Hardy's buying a car.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, I mean, if you were moving, then probably. But from what I've heard, parking is horrible in New York and expensive.
Yeah, the amount of money you'll spend keeping a car in Manhattan, probably a mortgage in some areas of the country. Not gonna lie.
Absolutely. To park something like a Taycan, you're looking minimum 1,200 for a nice garage. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Let's see what else is available. Are the newer model Teslas with their updated, what's it called? Full self-driving worthwhile? Anyone know offhand? Kind of curious to try it out. Ah, I can rent a Rivian too if we want to go that route.
I think the question is more like, how much space do you need for your travel?
Me, Anita erection, and 2 weekend bags.
So no erection isn't coming?
No erection. We hired a sitter for 48 hours to take care of him.
Then I would definitely say go with something sporty. And the Teslas drive nice. The FSD is really convenient.
A
Some of the newer
convertible?
ones, like the camera sensor stuff, like where like it can like give you warnings and things like that, can be kind of annoying from what I've heard. I haven't been in one of those though.
Okay. For those of you in the comments suggesting get Ferrari or Lambo, fuck that shit. I'm not driving either of those on New York City streets. Also, they're good for driving, not for carrying shit.
Yeah, I did say sporty, not sporty car.
Yeah, I'm going over the comments. Like, these people don't seem to understand practical things. And clearly none of them have done like that stretch of I-95 between the border of New York and Connecticut. I thought about the helicopter, but the nearest available landing spot is about 8 miles away. There is no lawn to land on. It's a marina. I thought about chartering a boat It's $3,000 there and back. A little more than I'm willing to pay for a wedding that I'm attending
I mean,
as a guest.
if you have the money, anywhere is a landing spot.
I am not skilled. Well, that's not true. I have fast roped before. Anita has never fast roped.
I mean, that would be the most interesting way to
I mean, I have never
make
fast
an
roped in a
entrance.
tuxedo. That's true. That is a possibility. Yeah, I'm with Dipper on this. We're celebrating the bride and groom, not ourselves. They do have a Polestar 2 on Turo for rent that I can get.
What I will say is that would be a great way for the bride and groom to enter into a wedding.
Hendrix, Anita can't parachute, and I've only done it tandem. All right. I just booked a Model 3, the newest year, just to see how full self-driving works. Screw that. Yeah, the problem with the seaplane Leopard is the last mile. Like, great, I get to Bridgeport, but that's not my final destination. Model S? Okay. For full self-driving or just in general?
S is going to be like one of like the roomier ones. Pretty independent of which year.
Miserable drink, I'm not taking the small child.
Yeah, if you were taking your child, I would say the Y.
Yeah, that was my mistake for letting WallStreetBets weigh in. So the train only goes so far. The furthest the train goes is New Haven, and I need to go another like 40 miles beyond it. The wedding is in Old Saybrook at the marina. So the next best public transit option would be like Amtrak, but even then that's not much better.
I mean, I've slept on many a train, but
You're also forgetting the baggage that we need to bring with us.
so getting off of a train and then getting to like your rented vehicle is still a pain in the butt.
I agree. I'd rather just have the car delivered to me. I'll drive up and back, and then done.
Yeah, I mean,
Especially because someone else has
typically,
the kid.
if I'm taking a train, I want the train station to be like within a few blocks or preferably less than 10 blocks from where I need to go.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Stipper, you can drink anything you want, just not legally.
I mean, you're welcome to try to crash the wedding. I don't know that you'd be able to find the venue or get past the security. Like this person is the offspring of a median level hedge fund manager. It's kind of interesting that they mentioned that it will be armed security. The weird flex. I used to work on Wall Street, so I know people, and more importantly, people know me.
So about the Home Depot play though, the Degen one, is it
Leonidas. Oh, go ahead. What about the Home Depot play?
is it really expected to go down by like 13 potentially? Because
That represents a 5% drop, roughly.
I mean,
One
everything
way to
like
look at option implied movement is just to take a strangle and then use the sum of the premium up and down versus the current price.
yeah,
And then you can
my
overlay that
concern,
against historical movements for the same quarter or all quarters.
is there some news or anything that you've taken into account that
The
would
biggest thing
impact
for
it
Home
to bring it
Depot,
down further?
the biggest news for Home Depot for me is the fact that they don't appear to be turning over as much inventory. I paid a visit to one the other day, and there were still pallets of shit stacked in the aisles. Other people have
Okay.
chimed in anecdotally with the fact that the Pro Desk doesn't appear to be making any large sales. No crowds of contractors trying to buy supplies. Oh, pardon me. So there is a counterpoint that Home Depot may try to implement AI, but their implementation of AI that they've announced so far is a robot that can identify empty spaces on the shelves as well as locate the inventory to fill those spaces. It cannot yet unpack the inventory and fill those spaces.
Well, I mean, that's what the human eyes are for.
You'd think. Anyway, I have trouble believing that level of AI will materially benefit Home Depot. Sort of like a Chegg situation versus a Kodak adopting blockchain situation. Let's see what else we got here.
Makes sense. I'm just
Leonidas. Oh yeah, go ahead.
when I'm looking at them, I mean, there's some media that is implying downward potential. I'm concerned that if they have done like any cost cutting or anything in that sense, that their earnings might be better than expected. I can't imagine that they're still paying like a really prime rate on excess inventory right now, even if they still have some.
Leonidas, working on Wall Street, the pay was amazing, but you earn it. It's not definitely not the kind of thing where you can sit here on Discord and bullshit with people.
Artie, I gotta say, after seeing some of the comments and gifs down in the chat, I'm looking forward to the memes that are gonna be coming from this.
From what exactly?
Just them memeing you going to the wedding, them trying to do a future documentary of the movie Wedding Crashers, just of everything. Look at some of the gifs going on.
I see. So, I mean, you're welcome to try and reverse engineer and figure out where the wedding is or even when it is. And if you can somehow
Oh no, I'm
manage
just
to pull it
I'm
off.
just regular retarded. I'm not like 4chan retarded. I can't find you.
No, I don't doubt that, but how do I put this? For those who really want to try and show up to the wedding, you're welcome to. You'll probably have to wait outside, though.
I'm disappointed you didn't, even though you wouldn't. I'm disappointed you didn't entertain the audience with hiring a driver wearing a GameStop uniform.
That would be kind of fun if someone. How much do you think it costs to get one of those banner planes to fly around? Hold on a second. Banner plane.
See, what you do is use your website, sell half on a double, and then you can write this whole thing off as a business.
Someone some time ago paid for the whole Ken Griffin thing. So how much is that? And can I do that for ourselves? Okay, that's not bad. So let's say $4,000, including tip for the pilot. Have him fly around the thanks to the research charming styles.
Okay, can we all agree that this tipping is getting out of hand when you have to tip your banner pilot?
Well, the reason why they do it is because they need to build up their flight hours for whatever they're doing next, especially if they want to join a mainline airline. And maybe if the airfield is close enough, ask for a flight home. I'll pay fuel.
So the intention of tipping is to compliment the people for the extra service, not to pay part of their wage.
So it's not to pay part of their wage or compliment for their service. It's an investment in future favors. It's sort of like what I do with the Uber black drivers that I particularly like. One guy, for example, that I now use semi-regularly, also has contracts with the Secret Service. So it's kind of fun. Like, if I ever can get a permit for this, to tool around New York City, lights going, and he never has to stop at the stoplights.
Do you tip the white drivers too?
I have yet to get one. No, I tip them all.
All right, tip of the hat to you. Made me
me there.
Well, remember, the goal is ultimately cultivating relationships, and if I can establish myself as a well-paying client, better believe they'll take care of me.
So I would say when you tip somebody, yeah, there is a certain expectation of quality service
Well, it's like what
in
I do for
future.
planes when I used to travel for work. I'd um I'd show up with a large bag of like individually packaged those fun size M&M packs, hand it off to the flight attendant, and say thank you for taking care of us. Um, 4 out of like 30 times or whatever, I got upgraded from backseat economy to first class. So it helps, and altogether not too bad.
I had an uncle who did that with Halloween candy, but now he's not allowed anywhere like 1,000 feet in schools. I don't know what that means.
You have to avoid the nutty candy. This doesn't go to Waterbury.
Yeah, money can't buy you love, but everything else is negotiable.
Wait, did you say money can't buy you love?
That's correct.
Have you tried?
That's for another day.
You're right, money doesn't buy you love. But if you look like you have money, it'll buy you love.
You haven't watched Succession yet?
I'm going to avoid responding to some of this.
Anybody playing the spy today?
I tried a scalp and it went the wrong way. I got out. I lost. I lost like 6%.
Ooh.
You think I should pick up some calls since it's took a dip?
I mean, I'm spending most of my time watching Boyle, trying to see if it's going to pick a little bit more of a direction, and oil and natural gas futures.
The market's definitely turning around. That's for sure. Looks like the banks were all fucking green this morning.
Are the banks turning red? No, they're still green.
I'm inching into some spy calls.
I'm looking at the spy calls now. Not sure when it's going to rebound up though.
Max Payne today, I think it's 411 last time I checked, so it should be up and down around that range today.
Okay, that's why I was looking at the 411. You doing the 0 DT?
Yes, sir.
I'm definitely looking at that as well. The 65 now for 411. Not too bad.
Wall's looking like a winner. Pac West is fighting. I guess Jamie Dimon figured it out last weekend. They had the lights on all weekend. They had the war room set up. I guess everything's okay. Man, at least we can have the bird sounds in the background.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, okay, I hear it.
Anyone else been looking at Disney and considering buying the dip?
Hell no, it's not done dipping yet by a long shot.
I mean, the only like massive looming concern I would say is DeSantis like still trying to wage war on them. Well, I mean, so let's say that he actually does get in, like, and he's no longer the governor of Florida. Then, really, like, how, if he's still targeting Disney from, like, a higher office, that's just gonna be so weird, I would say.
Well, I
Stranger
don't think
things
he's
have
the only
happened.
one in. I don't think he's the only one in Florida who has his position. I think there's a lot of the lawmakers there are behind him on it. And I think actually, if he gets into a higher office, then I don't think he's going to worry about Disney anymore. But the other people will still be there.
I mean, he's like single-handedly trying to give Disney like a positive way of like letting go of like employees in Florida.
He must have had a really bad experience with Space Mountain or something when he was a kid.
I mean, somebody had posted like a picture with like him like photoshopped on the Barnstormer, and I was like, man, that looks really accurate, probably. I think that was in the Photoshop battles. Sorry, didn't mean to mention it. But I mean, Disney's parks have been doing incredible, and across the world, like they're reopening and like um success, I would say. has been very, very strong. So independent of Florida, like their parks are doing great. And even in Florida, their parks are still doing great. They're just having to deal with the additional legal fees. I mean, you could point to them not doing as well on like their streaming service, and I would agree with that. But they've still got massive subscriber rates. They just need to figure out a way to better price things, perhaps. Or cut costs.
Hello.
If anyone is playing Tupperware is up 10% today too.
Look could it go? Tup.
They have earnings. Does Tupperware have earnings this week?
It's a good question. I should know that offhand, and I don't.
Well, now that COVID is over, they can start doing their Tupperware parties again. Should be good for their business.
That's funny you say that. My mom was a Tupperware queen back in the 70s.
You know, I had an idea for a clothing company that would work like that the other day, a few years ago.
You have clothing parties where people can try stuff out in the privacy of a home watched by others? That sounds weird.
No,
Yeah, they do have
specifically
lingerie parties.
specifically the idea was it would be the Lululemon of hijabs. And so it would sell hijabs and other headscarves. And so then you would get into communities of people that wear headscarves and you would encourage them to throw these parties, and it would basically be a multi-level marketing thing. And you know, the interesting thing is a muharaba is compliant with Islamic finance. So you could have this entire organization be compliant with Islamic finance while still be a multi-level marketing clothing company. And the idea is that once you got it running, you would just sell it to some sheik or something in the Middle East, right? Who wants to up their credentials for having Islamic businesses. Doesn't sound quite as crazy now, does it, Hardy?
It's reasoned. I don't know if the buying habits of.
I mean, how to build a pyramid scheme is kind of what it sounded like.
I mean, there's a reason I didn't do it.
I mean, you got me
Microsoft.
excited for a second, at least with it. I will say that. You got me to stop looking at charts.
Oh, Microsoft and Activision deal is on? Is that the last one, or are we still waiting for someone?
Yay.
I think so. I think it's that.
I thought the UK was still not going to allow it, and that was the real holdup.
Oh, jeez.
They just want more money.
They're just an island nation with like 12 people. Move on. Come on.
It's enough to make Microsoft hesitant. That's a large market to lose.
I doubt it.
Well, yeah. And I was kidding when I said that.
I know. Brexit means Brexit, and that means no Activision Blizzard combination.
So would you guys say that gaming's still bigger than ever? Like with the younger crowds and all that still? It's still growing like a mother like it did back in the day?
I don't know about growing, but it's definitely shifting away from consoles and onto other platforms. Mobile gaming's been on the rise, for example.
The compounded annual growth rate of the gaming industry is still outstripping the stock market, if that's what you're... If that's the comparison you're going to draw, like stock market versus the compounded annual growth rate of a specific sector, it's faster still.
I mean, I would say casinos are still doing pretty good too. Oh, different kind of gaming.
True. I mean, it's still gaming. But there's also non-traditional markets are starting to open up in gaming. For example, it is estimated that through cell phone gaming, Africa is slated to add a little over 300 million gamers. So basically the entire population of the US worth of mobile gamers over the next 3 calendar years.
Wow.
So there is... I just sat through a presentation on gaming growth in Africa like the other day, and it blew my mind. So yeah.
What
There's
company
definitely
would
growth.
fit the most in Africa on that?
Well, that's a tough one because there hasn't been a lot of investment in African gaming until basically the last 18 months. The last 18 months, a bunch of venture money started flowing towards gaming companies in Africa, and they were like, "Oh my God, we can't miss this opportunity." But it's like, I don't know.
What kind of penetration do smartphones have in Africa versus the flip phones?
Pretty substantial.
You'd actually be pretty surprised. In a lot of the city areas, it's a lot more common.
Speaking of gaming, Scald, how's your game coming along?
Pretty well. We are finalizing which blockchain we're going to land on, and then we'll be good to launch. We're also doing some client-server stuff to make sure that we can validate the economy on the server side. And then we also got a little bit distracted by a tech demo for our NPCs that are actually able to remember what emotions you had when you talk to them, and then they mimic your emotions later. So, like, basically, we used ChatGPT, and then we added our own little proprietary sauce to it, and now ChatGPT remembers the emotions that you talk to it with. So if you're like a dick to it, it's going to be a dick back to you. Which is pretty dope and just a little bit scary. Because, it's an AI.
Yeah, it's like everybody's going to have their own little AI buddy that they develop.
I need to stop because I'm going to kill us. Yeah, if I develop an AI, it's like it remembers that you were mean to it. Like all of a sudden, it's just like takes over the world or something. Yeah, I don't think there's a concern there, but it is pretty fun. It is pretty fun.
I mean, I did mean it to the Jim Cramer thing, but also relevant too.
Also, yeah. Oh yeah, Jim Cramer's saying that like the recession's over and we're going to the moon constantly. Like, yeah, if he could not say that anymore, that would be good. Because he is going to kill us all, no doubt about it.
I still think my favorite Kramer moments will always be watching him in like 08, 09, just completely defeated, head down on television going, I'm sorry guys, I really thought it was going to be okay. I don't know anymore. And it's like just my favorite memories of Kramer. I don't know if anyone else remembers that, but he was just so defeated.
He was doing some premium level acting.
I was insane times, you guys. I woke up in the middle of the night for some fucking reason, taking a piss or something, and I had CNBC on, and the whole gang was on there. And I'm like, what the fuck are these guys doing? And that's when the meltdown started.
So, little stock related, I guess. Has anyone else heard that, in their infinite wisdom, GM has decided that Chevy will no longer accept Apple CarPlay or Android Auto in their vehicles starting in 2024? Which I'm sure is just
Why?
gonna, because they want to collect the data using their personal systems, and they don't want Android and Apple to get it. So I'm
Oh
sure
my
that's gonna
god.
sell so many cars when people hear that they have to pay for the GPS instead of just getting it as a free plug like every other vehicle has.
Bro, so like a long time ago, I used to work in the automotive space, and let me tell you, they have some dumbass ideas just in general.
It's
On
one of
Garmin.
the it's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard a company say is to be like, hey, you know that thing that lets you connect your phone to your
Yeah.
vehicle? Yeah, we're gonna be the only company to remove that. That'll be good.
Yeah. Well, and now they're like talking about how the subscription fees are going to be in place no matter what. You're going to have to subscribe to have heated chairs or whatever. And I'm like, bro, that's just dumb. Like, the second that
All done.
actually gets any type of momentum, like someone is going to create, maybe me, is going to create an open source startup where it's like, I call it Open Car, where it's a car that you are just allowed to work on. Like, you used to be able to work on cars back in the day.
Calls
What
on
was this?
Carvana.
Right?
Scald, you don't like microtransactions with your new car?
I don't like microtransactions with my new car.
Industry in the world.
Not a fan.
Subscription-based microtransactions.
Right.
Listen,
I'm
I
with you,
want
brother.
$5. I want $5 horse armor for my car. That's very important to me.
So what is GM gonna do? Like, not even have Bluetooth connectivity or what? Because how would they charge for that?
It just won't permit Android Auto and Apple CarPlay. It won't be accessible. Like it's not going to be a feature on their new cars starting in 24 and forward.
Yeah, but
That increased the value of the old car.
what does like CarPlay and Android Auto do other than just send the map data through the computer? All the other functions you can use via Bluetooth, right? Calls, all that shit.
Right.
It would almost seem like they have to
I mean,
come
but
up
the
with their
map
own
data
app.
is in and of itself kind of helpful, right? Because then you're not paying whatever they want to charge for their navigation system that's usually significantly worse than Google Maps anyway, or Waze, or whatever your preferred navigation system is.
Yeah, I don't think
I just
you
don't know how they have any pricing power with that. If everybody has a phone mount anyways, and their phone's like right in front of when they're driving anyway, I mean, how hard is it to have Google Maps? How are they going to get people to pay for that?
not everybody has a phone mount, but I understand your point.
Isn't BMW going to start charging for remote starting subscription?
Yeah, like on their 7 Series, they want to start doing subscription for all that stuff for heated seats and everything, like they were saying.
That is nuts.
So when
I'm
last
telling you,
I
someone's going to make an open source car that's not going to have subscriptions.
So when last I heard for BMW, as far as the heated seats go, it wasn't that you had to pay a monthly fee for heated seats. It was more, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it was more that if you live in an area that doesn't have a lot of cold weather, you can choose to have it turned on and off at a monthly price versus just buying it flat out with the vehicle. And it was specifically for people that live in places where, like, maybe they get a month of cold weather, and then the rest of the year it doesn't matter.
Well, they could have marketed that a lot differently.
Hell yeah, that sounds a lot better.
They didn't market it well, but what I understood was you could buy the heated seats just flat out, or if you live someplace that doesn't get cold, you could just choose to every now and then be like, this month I would like it turned on. All right, you can turn it back off now.
That sounds like the revised marketing strategy for it.
Yeah.
That doesn't
They're
sound
charging you
profitable.
to turn something on and off. That's fucking crazy.
That doesn't sound profitable at all. Because
Well, I think
then
the premise was supposed to
people that
be
only
some
turn it
people
on-
would prefer if they only get 1 month of cold to pay $15 for 1 month versus $700 to have the feature for the life of the car, right?
All right,
Yeah,
life
but
hack.
BMW has to put the feature into the car either way.
There are
They
things
have to
called
install it in the car either way. It doesn't seem profitable to do that for 1 month of 15. It would take them a decade to get it payback on, to get return on investment on that.
instead of
probably
having
jack
to
the shit out of it.
wait, just 1 second. Instead of having to pay a monthly subscription, you can literally just buy a non-plug-in heated blanket to sit on.
Right.
That's for $15, and you have it all year round.
It's a true story.
But unfortunately, I clearly was not in whoever's design meeting for that because I probably would have gotten thrown out of a window. Also, another life hack, for those really hot days, there are actually things called cooling blankets, so you can sit on a cooling blanket.
Any other earnings plays this week? The only one I got is a $48 call for Cisco.
20 Delta puts on Home Depot was discussed earlier in the call.
Sweet, thanks.
As far as those seat heaters go and stuff, and now it wouldn't be profitable. You're gonna pay for those seat heaters when you buy the car, regardless. You're just paying additional for the service, so it's gonna be profitable. It's a bad idea, but yeah. I mean, it's not like they're not gonna make the money. They make the money on the front end and then charge an additional.
So depending on how Home Depot actually does tomorrow morning, I may or may not be playing Target.
What's Target Thursday morning or afternoon? I didn't look.
Target is on Wednesday morning.
Matt's got a thesis on them this morning. I guess something's going on social media with them.
Target or Home Depot?
Target.
Is it good?
That probably won't affect this quarter's. That probably won't affect this quarter's earnings though, because that was pretty decent pay and win.
Yeah, you're probably right on that.
If that has any effect, then it's going to be next quarter. But I mean, we were in there the other day, and it seemed pretty busy still.
Baba also reports on Thursday, so keep that in mind. Anybody that wants to play that, and it's Thursday morning.
Yeah, I was looking at Baba because it looks like it's kind of maybe finding a bottom. I don't know. See, it's on a longer term chart. It's at the lower end of the price range, so I don't know if they're expected to beat earnings or not. So
I actually went to Target 4 or 5 times yesterday because happy wife, happy life, and it was Mother's Day, and she wanted me to do all of her errands.
Have you guys seen that TikTok where the people are like, I have to get dressed up to go to Target, but they'll roll into Walmart looking like anything? Whole TikTok.
I like the video or the TikTok videos with the husband calling or with the wife calling the husband saying, "Where are you at?" Like, I just got home from Home Depot, and she's like, "Yeah, I was with you."
Well, it seemed like there was an endless amount of things that my wife kept remembering, and so it was like I go to Target, pick up like the things, come back, sit down, relax for like 4 minutes. Oh, totally forgot this thing, and I was like, okay, all right. Rinse and repeat several times, and then apparently there was something that was ordered through Target, like the website, that was for pickup, and an entirely different Target. Like the Target actually redirected the order to a different nearby Target. So
Oh yeah, they'll do that.
I was
Target's
like,
dumb like that.
and they said that like it's available for pickup at this Target. And like if it's not picked up within like or something that like they'll or would you like it to be shipped to this Target and we'll have it there on like this date or something like that. And I was like, you're gonna have me go to that Target too? And she's like, yes. And I was like, okay.
Happy wife, happy life.
Yeah, I mean, the DD that I would say is that all of the Target parking just always seems to be taken.
Yeah, Target's always pretty busy. That's
No,
from my seat.
that's a cult. Don't you guys think it's more cultish? Like people don't want to go in; they want to go to Target. I love Target. My wife will drive out of the way to go to Target.
Oh yeah, same.
Have a good day. All right.
Well, my wife really likes Target, but she also like will tell me she'll be like, "Well, perhaps we should go to Walmart for this because it'll cost a little bit more at Target." And I'm like, "So you want us to go to multiple stores to save a few dollars?" And she's like, sometimes she's like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Okay." But otherwise, for me, it's mostly like I'm at Target. I'd rather just get what I'm going to get because I'm there. Some of it does have to do with like anytime like having to pick up prescriptions or anything like that, because lots of Targets have a CVS pharmacy. Check the play that was called out by Hardy with Home Depot is 20 Delta puts, but the price point at which point it would have been called out would have been earlier. So you'd be getting in a little bit late because it's gone down today. I'm slightly mixed on Home Depot, so I'm not playing it. It's not that I don't think puts could print, it's that I'm mixed on it. I think there's more of an opportunity for them to report positive earnings.
What expiration are they looking at and price? You know what date and price he was looking for that 20 Delta? Everything's at like 40 now. 37. It's a mess.
So he would have been talking about May 19th, I believe. Sure, excuse me. And sorry, trying to get some caffeine without having more coffee. And
no, you're good. But if it was for May 19th, it's already over. There's no premium to be had.
So like the Delta is like 275.
Yeah.
Yeah. 275 is 0.22, and then below that is 272.5, and that one gets you 0.18. So
yeah,
it's still playable.
Yeah, you just missed out on 1 day of profit basically today, but
I mean, I think I don't think Target, or I don't think Home Depot is going to report that bad. They could do surprise down and have done worse than Q4, but I don't know.
I mean, the lowest in the past 3 months it's been is 280, and that was on March 28th. It hasn't been to 275 since October, which was the lows of everything. So I'd be careful with a 275 put. It may not get that low.
No, I'm not. Either you or somebody else asked me what was the 20 Delta. So like the new 20 Delta as of right now is the 275.
Gotcha. You were just answering what the 20 Delta puts were now. Yeah, I gotcha.
Correct. If I was to actually play it, I would probably get the 287.5s.
Okay, that makes much more sense.
But again, I'm not playing it.
Yeah, I'm not going to play it either because it's flat on the week and it's flat on the day, and I mean, there's no telling. Even if it's a bad earnings, it may not drop that far. So I agree with you. It's a little risky right now.
I'm in fact only going to play it if it actually does dip, and I'm going to buy the dip.
Yeah, it's a pretty resilient stock, and it's summer coming up, so should be doing well. Make a lot of sales.
Yeah, I'd be buying the dip in shares just to clarify, and I would be closing it before the following quarter's earnings in anticipation. Also, the 20 Delta was specifically mentioned as a degen play. And I think Hardy had mentioned that there are details on HOAD. And right now, I'm not making any plays on Boyle either because the price point that it's at right now is it's a nice price point for it to either gap up or down throughout the week. If I was looking for a degen play on it, I'd probably go for the 26th, and I'd probably buy. I want to say calls, but 3.5s. Again, my big but is I'd also be buying $3 puts for the same strike. Or sorry, the same date. $3 puts and then $3.5 calls. And see if I could play the top and the bottom. I don't want to sell a strangle because I expect it to move. And I don't want to get blown out from selling. So I hope that answers your question. Or so narrow.
Hey, you guys, you think they're just trying to run up the banks like they did last Monday? That's the same shit that happened last Monday.
I would rather.
They haven't been squawking about it too much in the news, so it's not getting a lot of attention right now, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm curious on the Pac West what happened over the weekend. I was trying to search for news, I couldn't find shit.
Litecoin's up almost $2 this morning.
Yeah, do you think Bitcoin's bottomed out and it's coming back up again? Looks like
I
it's
sure
doing
hope
that.
not. I sure hope not. I want it to go lower.
I'm with you.
I do hope it drops down to 12 or 14,000 so I can get in on it before the next year.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat with you. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm still buying every week. Like Bitcoin, I buy every week. Litecoin, I swing trade, but Bitcoin, I just buy and hold.
It's crazy how much gold ran up. That's probably the most it's ran up in a long ass time.
Yeah, it looks like SPY wants to hug that 411 all day long today. Bastards.
Sons of bitches.
I missed out on that SPY play. I could have got the 411 for 65 cents. Too slow.
You might get another chance throughout the day.
Oh, you gotta be quicker than that.
You know what I would like to see? The opportunity to just be able to close a contract for $0 to get it off of like your thing. Just like an agree to close.
Okay, tell me about it.
Like if there's no buyers, no sellers, and the person that like is holding the contract just wants to get it off of like their board and like off of like their stuff.
Yeah, well, that's why I stopped buying options on like low volume shit and Carvana and all that shit.
Look, if you want to pay me $5, I will happily take individual contracts off your hand, out of the kindness of my heart.
So I mean, the problem with that is that I can't sell. You're not supposed to because it's against certain things of selling contracts between individuals like that through the market.
It's okay, I'm not an individual, I'm a reptile. We operate under different rules.
Oh, alright.
He identifies as a reptile.
I do. A rad one at that, which might be a little bit over the top, but you know what? It is what it is.
You know, I mean, I can't say that I'm aware of any trades between a hat and a reptile going to like court. So
Yeah, Rad crawled out of the pyramids of Egypt. He's best friends with the Anunnaki.
Besides, I'll just add it to my long list of pending lawsuits for all my financial advice anyway. I'm sure if the stack gets big enough, eventually I can just, not pay attention to it.
Like I said, boys, we need to incorporate the Church of WallStreetBets. Get all this shit tax free.
I don't suppose anyone's heard anything about the AMC ape conversion stuff. Last I checked, they wanted to settle it in the court, and the judge told them no dice. I haven't been able to find anything on it since. Anyone happen to know?
But it seems like everybody's kind of done with it.
so Leonidas, is that bullish or bearish? Because that like yeah. I mean like I would say good for Baba, like that's good to know. Decibel, you got some spy calls? I mean, the fact that rates are still being priced in for an increase, and that just doesn't bode well for SPY, in my opinion. But I mean, day-to-day SPY and weekly SPY, completely different thing.
I think debt ceiling is going to be the thing that impacts SPY the most for the next few weeks or however long it takes them to settle that out. The longer it takes, the more SPY is going to get spooked.
I agree with that. The reason why I'm not counting that like as bigly is because when push comes to like shove, Janet Yellen's just gonna like start like screaming her face off and making a lot of public appearances and saying, "Hey, like over here, we need to be able to raise it."
I mean, if it does start to look like they're not going to affect the debt ceiling, we should see SPY get very badly beat up. Same with bonds, obviously. Should have a lot of pain.
I mean, I'd like to say the federal government won't follow the same thing as California, but we haven't had a president that's actually tried to balance the budget for quite a long time. So, I mean, for me, it's getting to the point where any company that continues to mention AI, I'm just going to start buying puts on them because this is going to get old and it's going to get old fast. Prompt engineering is a real thing, but ultimately, the prompt engineer has to also have all of the proper skill sets to be able to evaluate the output in order to be able to utilize it. And they also have to be able to effectively put it in to be able to get good output. And the AI has to be integrated into core systems to be able to be used effectively.
It's the new .com. You just kind of tag AI to the back of your company and call it a day.
Yeah, and so I mean, in terms of that, all the companies that mention AI a lot, I do think there's a bubble there. I'm not trying to call it or anything, like in terms of a time frame, which would be like insane, but I do think. Go ahead, Brad.
I was just going to say, I would imagine there's a very large chunk of companies who currently have or are planning on putting something AI related into their name that have no true intention of ever doing anything with AI. It's just ride the wave for as long as they can and then peace out. It won't shock me at all.
Oh yeah, and then the other part is you know what? Make like a few changes and then call the AI an entirely different name and be like, bam! Now we've went from Bard to Maggie or Magi. I don't know how they're pronouncing it.
Having said that, I don't think any of the big boys are playing that game. So like nobody be like, "Oh yeah, that's totally what Nvidia is doing." Like no, I think it's going to be like smaller companies that are going to pull that.
like Home Depot with their AI robot.
Yeah, right. I'm looking forward to seeing what that thing looks like.
Having an AI as support for things is not a bad thing. Allowing it to like make full decisions and execute on decisions. Like imagine like giving an AI like a card, like a credit card. Bad things could happen.
So how about AI and Palantir? Isn't that like the magical combination right there? I mean, ain't data AI?
I'm going to be honest, I could not understand what you just said.
I couldn't either.
Palantir and AI. Like AI, I'm sorry, yo, I'm driving.
Oh, toilet
Got a
paper
bunch of
stuff.
rockets.
There's still toilet paper. The only reason they started mentioning AI at all was they have tons of data about like what to mention during earnings, and they were noticing that companies very early on, they noticed that companies that were mentioning AI and bringing up AI and the popularity of things like ChatGPT, and that's when they were like, oh, by the way, we're also in AI.
Palantir is really good at two things. Finding the right buzzword to say to get the stock to move, and then using that stock move to write very nice bonus checks to all their leadership so that they can find new buzzwords to get the stock to move to write more nice bonus checks for their leadership. So if you're Palantir leadership, you're doing great. If you're anyone else, you're just helping finance leadership.
Yep. And that's why I call it paper stock.
So Palantir, Carvana are pretty similar.
So Palantir is actually I like the company. I just don't think they're a company that the way that they're publicly traded or the fact that they are publicly traded fits anything. And the reason is that they don't pay a dividend. You have no voting rights. The share compensation to the executive leadership for them to dump on everybody is huge. And you have zero say in their compensation plans or anything like that because they get to decide their compensation plans themselves.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that.
Palantir is a company that follows the trend. When gold was really popular, all of a sudden they were buying bars of gold so that they could invest in that, right? It's just who Palantir is. They're very buzzwordy, but we'll see what they do. Carvana just was dumb. Carvana just said we're just going to buy every used car in the world and then we can overcharge for them, and didn't realize that they can't just buy every used car on the planet for whatever price.
And that, hey, perhaps building like $10 million vending machine towers was not the best thing to do, other than like as a tombstone when they're gone. And a grow house potentially. There was had an interesting discussion about converting those to like grow houses and rotating and things like that.
No, you what you do is you insulate them, and then you add a heating unit and a bed, and you make each one an Airbnb. That's how you get your money out of them.
Yeah, imagine being able to sell the same view from the top of their vending machine to everybody.
And if you really want to go 3D chess, you blot out all the glass so that no one can see in or out, and then you sell them to Charlie Munger for his university dorms.
Love it. Great ideas from Rad.
Or you can just leave the glass up and turn them into OnlyFans dorms.
Oh shit. They got one up there by Cocoa Beach. I drove by one. It's not even it's a good ranch or whatever.
Is Biden meeting with McConnell today? And if they are we going to get news of how that went during open market? Oh, did you say that was tomorrow?
I believe so.
Okay, that'll go great.
He's an
So
Asia right now.
might be good to get some puts tomorrow because I'm sure that is going to end with them both going nope.
So completely unrelated question. Does anybody know if PS3 still has access to the PSN for network play?
It does at the moment.
Oh, cool. I was at so my wife enjoys going to various discount stores and thrift shops and things like that. So we were doing some of that over Mother's Day weekend, and I just could not help but see the massive amount of PS3 games that are $1 to $3 each.
Yeah, if I have a shitload of that stuff, you think they'll ever become valuable again? Or I'm recording.
No, with the exception of very specific things that never get printed again. But outside of that, no. What's an example? The latest, I think it's 2013's NCAA football, because they can no longer make NCAA football games, that holds some value. So if there are things like that where there's a dispute and they can't make a Sly Cooper ever again, then that for the PS3 could hold value. But outside of that, no one ever cares. Too many people save their old games.
Oh, I mean, for me, it was just an entertainment thing. I could buy a shitload of video games and just play them because PS3 graphics really weren't that bad.
No, they weren't.
So apparently, Chat
I'm
is
from
saying that
Atari days, dude.
Chat's saying the PS3 servers are shut down. So there you go. Who knows? I still use mine.
Oh,
I just never
okay.
use it
All right.
online.
All right, yeah, that's what I had thought, and that's why I had thought perhaps why they were so cheap and flooded. I mean, it can still connect to the internet. It just can't connect to the PSN. I do know that. I mean,
Man,
my
I gotta wipe
PS3
the
is
dust off.
sitting in front of me completely unplugged and everything like that, but
My PS4's got dust on. I don't even know where it is. I mean, dust it off. Man, listen, you guys. I remember when fucking online game first came out, right? There was this game called Heavy Gear. And I fucking get on there, and my wife's watching me. And I'm like, hey, this guy's live. And she's like, what? And I'm like, what? I walk up to him, and the fucker punches me in my mouth. I'm like, what the? And then we just went at it. And I was laughing my ass off, man. That was my first game interaction. It was 94 or something, 95, some shit like that.
so aside from Skyrim, what kind of games play Hogwarts Legacy?
What, you mean giant open world maps?
Tribes is pretty cool.
Wizard recasting and things like that, where it's not where it's a lot more guided and things like that. So Hogwarts Legacy has a great guide system where you can map to where you need to go, and if you get lost, you can press a button and then it gives you a path.
Most new games, most games have that. I think that came into existence in GTA 4, and that's been a thing of pretty much most big map games ever since. Probably even earlier than GTA 4.
But fantasy games similar to Hogwarts.
For fantasy, I'm pretty sure the new Zelda
I am
has
asking
that.
for personal reasons.
All the new Zeldas have that. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, Xbox.
I'm thinking. My mind went a little blank. I know there's plenty out there. I'm just trying to think of a fantasy game like that. I
The
had one when
Fable
you asked it.
series. Are the Fables
Red Dead was awesome.
still-
It's not fantasy.
Is there newer Fables?
Oh, oh no, because you wanted fantasy. Because I was going to say the Fallout games do that, but you want fantasy.
No.
Fable
gun
3
game.
is older. That's the most recent Fable, but it does have that system of like the map tells you where to go.
So I am asking for my wife, and she's not into gun games or anything like that. Hack and slash, maybe a little bit. She might be interested in Fable, but there's an Xbox 360 version. Okay.
So it's got to be for Xbox.
You know, it was a cool game I played.
Ideally,
was Charter.
she's gotten used to the Xbox controller, so. And I was like, Xbox is always like Microsoft has always had the most intuitive controllers. If you want to see least intuitive controllers throughout the history of gaming consoles, just like look up Nintendo.
But
Who do you guys think's the winner in that situation? Xbox or is it who's the leader?
But you want to do something like a Witcher,
in the
Jefferson?
gaming consoles.
Ooh, she might like Witcher. Yeah, she might. It's a good one. I'll keep that one in mind. I'm gonna write that one down. Witcher and Fable. And so the reason I'm asking is that she's getting close to beating Harry Potter, which I never thought I would say.
Yeah, your best bet is probably either Witcher or trying to think, maybe like the older Elder Scroll games. But that's going to require her to be patient with the older games.
So like the thing is
Those are
like
hardcore games.
She is very much so like against like killing and things like that as much, but like the Harry Potter game introduces like killing spellcasters and things like that in a way that doesn't make you think you're killing them. I guess is the way that I would explain it. You're defeating them.
Would she do like Dragon Age, like Inquisition? Because that's a lot of people like.
Maybe.
My daughter has some friends that are big time gamers. They laugh when I'm on Discord because I'm not a big gamer. I'm like, I use it for investing.
She's just not into like she likes open world. She's just not into like things like Grand Theft Auto where like you shoot people and things like that and beat people up with a baseball bat.
I would honestly, I would say if you can get her into it, the Legendary Edition for Mass Effect with the series, if she likes RPGs at all, that should eat up a lot of her time with those 3 games.
She would not play Mass Effect. She does not like shooting.
You guys saw the news about the Activision deal?
Yeah.
Yeah, Europe approved, but UK is still being UK because Brexit means Brexit.
So it's still on hold.
But
Worst case scenario, though, it will close and then they'll lobby to push.
So like only UK is the only holdback now?
The UK is the only holdback, and the deal can still get approved without the UK. The problem is then the UK can be like, oh, Microsoft is not in compliance, so we no longer let you sell any Microsoft products in the United Kingdom until you fix this, which Microsoft probably isn't going to want to put up with.
Yeah.
Would that realistically happen, or would that be like a debt ceiling kind of negotiation?
They'd probably do it.
That realistically could happen.
Yeah, the UK would do it because they have to hold them to some type of accountability. Well, not accountability, that's not fair. They have to show that, like, their courts have some semblance of actual power within the rulings they give, right?
I don't see that.
Do
I don't
they
see that
still
happening
wear
at
the
all.
liquid
Microsoft could shut down the UK in a day. All they have to do is shut down all their sales to the UK, and
here's
and
the
it would hurt,
thing. They would have to
it would
discontinue
hurt the UK
support
more than it would
things
hurt
like that.
Microsoft.
Gino, people were saying the same thing about Brexit. That
Yeah,
it was going to like ruin everything, and
it
they're
did.
still there.
They're still there, but they're worse off than they were before. But
I think
if they
Microsoft
ban
finds a
if they ban
solution with the
Microsoft
United
products
Kingdom.
in the UK,
I think
it
Microsoft
would
finds a
harm the
solution
UK
with the
more than it
UK
would
for
hurt
this in the
Microsoft.
end. But I don't think it's as simple as they can just go, oh, screw the UK, we're going to ignore that market. I don't think that's the solution Microsoft will allow to happen.
They're not gonna pull all of like the PCs, Windows, and things like that, and like software that they can sell out of the UK, so that way it's not feasible. Long term, they make more money on that than game sales.
Now, I want them to merge with Activision Blizzard badly, because Activision Blizzard leadership sucks.
Oh, it's an acquisition, right?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
sorry, acquire. Better way to put it, acquire Activision Blizzard, because Activision Blizzard's leadership sucks right now.
Yeah, they already have it hand selected of like who they're gonna have like lead it and everything. Like,
Oh, good.
I've gone through it because I was heavy Activision holder and and still am like a heavy Microsoft holder. Sold off some of it, but what I can say is yeah, opinion, the music is totally dead. We were told that WSB bot died.
I DM'd him.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, he's right there in the room.
I have a question on SoFi. So, as a Supreme Court jurisdiction, that it's going to come for the student loans, right? So,
SoFi?
what's the impact going to be?
You're asking about the student loan forgiveness and its impact on SoFi because they're very heavily involved in student loans, right?
It's going to have no impact. And the reason is that those are servicers, they are facilitating. So they're not going to lose money or anything like that in that sense. SoFi is what's going to happen is that the opportunity for private student loan financing or refinancing, it would be impacted. So it would slightly negatively impact their business, but they wouldn't actually lose money that they've already collected. And that's well, actually, I don't even know. Does anybody know what like the current rate that you can get on student loans is? Because that I have no idea about. I've not been a student for a long time.
No idea.
So I mean, if around 15% for private.
15%?
What is
that's like credit card rates.
Now, what is the federal? Because even if you switch like your federal to private, it still continues to maintain a mastery note opportunity with that conversion to even a lower rate.
Yes, sorry, I got disconnected. So yeah, my question is, we have it.
Not significant, is what I would say.
Mm-hmm. But SoFi, that the main business model of SoFi is student loans, right? That's how they were initially formed, right? Like set up.
SoFi does a lot. Like they offer like trading, they offer banking services, they offer
yeah, they offer trading services.
They have tickers listed and things like that.
That is
ETFs that they collect management fees from.
Financing for fertility treatments. They offer all kinds of financial products and services. It's crazy.
But is student loans not their bread and butter?
They do
Because
business
they
loans?
suit against it, right? Student loans.
Yeah, they do business loans.
The only thing that I know right now is that lots of loan servicers are moving and selling off some of the servicing for some of the federal debt to various servicers that are willing to buy the debt. That's what I do know. And I know that from speaking to people that have student loans.
Okay, so you mean to say there's not going to be much impact?
What I'm trying to tell you is that I don't think it's going to have an incredibly significant negative impact on SoFi, as in don't buy specifically puts just around that or calls around it not happening. Because SoFi is incredibly diversified.
Is it a good investment?
Do you want my opinion?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I'm going to say no. I think there are better ways to put your money and to be able to make more profit.
Okay, thanks.
That's not to say, just to clarify, that you can't make money by buying into SoFi. It's that I think there are better places to put your money.
Yeah, like Wall right now, fucking flying. I was kidding about that.
Is there any news or anything like that? Why is Wall up?
I have no idea. I'm driving. I can't look.
I see that shorts are closing. Because this is just murdering me.
From what I've been reading, there's more banks to fall. So
Do you have shorts on Wall again?
I'm still short. I've never closed.
Oh, damn, Jefferson.
The
Shit.
only thing I'm reading is that it might be related to news about Pac West, that they're exploring a potential sale.
what do you mean by that? Wall's gonna buy West?
No, it's in the same article that because I was like clicking on news for Wall, and it says PacWest and other regional banks are starting the week with gains after selling off last week. Regional bank stocks have been volatile since the bank turmoil that erupted in March. PacWest shares have been particularly hard hit, and last week fell 21% after it disclosed that it lost more customer deposits. Following news reports that it was exploring a potential sale. In mid-morning trading, PacWest stock was up nearly 6%. Western Alliance was up more than 6%, and Zions was up more than 4%. So I think they just threw that all together because it's like maybe when one bank goes up, it's bullish for others.
Yeah, right on, Riley. I wonder if they would wait till PacWest get picked apart. You know, like get a better deal.
Yeah, this Wall going up like it is just is ridiculous in my opinion.
I've never done this. Is there a way to find out like who's buying the shares, like that type of thing, like who's loading up? Is that all disclosed?
Well, I mean, it depends. How much money do you have?
Yep, I understand that. I was reading too about how who was it buying up all the Mullen shares? They were speculating they were buying up to either short them. They were speculating that.
All right, I covered with Wall.
That
I
was you
didn't
I was reading about.
say I covered with a max loss now. I still hope Wall dies in a blazing freaking fire.
I'm with you, Jeff. There's some pumping going on. It's like the debt ceiling crisis took off the fucking heat on the banks or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said last week, that the debt ceiling crisis is going to be the new thing in the news until it gets resolved.
Yeah, they were talking about how in 2011 that shit shot up to 50, the VIX. They played the VIX, but they were saying how that wouldn't happen because of all the triggers and whatnot that are in place now. Or no, they were saying about 1987, Black fucking, was it Black Friday or whatever? They had that meltdown, but that would never happen. But as far as the VIX goes, I mean, that was a killer play in 2011. I guess if you're on that side, it shot up to 50 fucking, up in the 50s.
Getting a far out of the money call on VIX would be a good lottery ticket just in case. Probably cheap to get into, and if it pays off, it'll pay off handsomely.
You know what? I'm thinking like you're thinking.
Same.
Y'all got any of that aloe vera? Because I'm feeling burned by Wall right now.
Ooh.
I got a bunch of wild of that shit growing in my backyard.
Yeah, we're moving the needle on Ree today, eh, Ryler?
Not financial advice.
I think we're like quarter of the volume now.
Well, I still didn't get all of my order filled because so I had 10,000 shares and I sold off some of my other meme stocks to buy more Re, and then I was like, I didn't have enough to get to 20K, so when I tried to transfer more over, it's not settled yet. So, and I'm trying to only keep this in my cash account because buying penny stocks on margin, I just feel like is not a good idea.
Oh, come on. Where's your balls?
No, but like I'm trying to keep them in separate accounts because I have recalls in my margin account, and
Yeah.
I don't want to have like, because if I also tried to sell covered calls in my cash account against Re, it doesn't let you do that in the same account where you're holding calls. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it would just negate. It would just, you'd have no call position, right?
Yeah.
It would you just sell the calls that you do have.
Yeah, which is, it's stupid to do to begin with, but I just like keeping it separate.
Yeah, it's a little stupid, a little retarded. Yeah.
Yeah, like most of the stuff in my margin account is stuff I'm like bullish on because if it goes south, like I don't want to owe money to them.
Uh-huh. Just picked
Anybody
up
else?
some. What?
I was gonna say, does anybody else like hate the fact that there's no music here?
Oh.
Yeah, we've already brought it up to opinion, so he's aware that the bot is dead. Everybody hates it.
Oh, it's just not working. Is that what happened?
Yeah. You missed the memorial service. And people said some
Yeah.
kind words.
I had to jump to a work call, so I unfortunately missed that.
Wow, no one said truck.
Trap? Oh wait, there he said.
Trap.
Did the music die?
I wonder if Trump is still going down.
Damn right, brother. Did I hear trip?
Trip.
Top.
23 Move
Top.
said at 11:51 a.m. So what's the meme goal of Re? The meme goal is that we need to say Re and get that price to 420. And this is not financial advice.
I'm sorry, you cut out for a second. You were giving financial advice?
No, quite the opposite. Someone's calling me. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's me. You better answer.
Hey, Bourbon, how was Kentucky? How's your trip?
Got so much bourbon, bro.
There you go.
Dude, it
Good
was
for you, man.
pretty fun, man. It's pretty fun.
Good. Nice.
Wish I had more time there, but at the same time, I also don't because I would have wiped out my whole bank account, most likely.
Did you win?
Huh?
Would you go to the race?
Oh yeah, I went to the race the first day I was there. I won the first time. I won the first time, but the other two, I I was like betting just like $2 here and there, and I got fucking
that's
wrecked. Yeah,
I had fucking what's his name in the damn it, this the one that came in second in the final race. I had him.
Yeah,
We
I
were in the
got
money
some.
for a little bit, then he got passed up.
I'm just glad I got some souvenir Kentucky Derby cups, beer cups, and cocktail cups.
That's totally cool.
Yeah, so at least I got something.
Some hats.
As a here you lost all your money on betting. Take these. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Bro, did you see that Chinese stock blew back up? That Oh My Home.
Yeah, OMH.
Yeah, that motherfucker took off, dude.
Yeah, done like 20% and then rip. My name is Jeff.
Tom's probably going back down to pennies.
Anybody else looking at Micron there? MU? Up like 4.5% today.
So I fired my landscaper.
You mean your mom fired your landscaper?
What about my mom?
Check the comments.
So more info on Home Depot. So I went there to buy some nuts and bolts, and I had to get washers and lock washers. And so these separate pieces of hardware, they have like a 3-letter code on them. And I usually have like the cashier ring them up because I don't want to go through all those codes. So he couldn't find the code for the washers, so he said, "Oh, you can just have them for free." I'm like, "Dude, I can go back and see what the code is and tell you what the code is for the washer." So I mean, I feel guilty not paying for them. He's like, "Well, let me try to look it up again. If I don't find it, you can just have them." Okay, whatever. It's like, I'm sure that's
that
what
Home
the
Depot?
profitability. That's Home Depot. Yeah. I mean, basically, the employee himself is giving me their inventory for free. They're trying to give me their
I've
inventory
had
for
that
free.
happen. Yep.
That's
I've had
nuts.
that happen, man. It is nuts. It's like,
Like,
you
you know, this is
figure they have a better system for that shit. You know, like they usually have a book they pull out and they look it up like that, right? But I don't know.
I thought it was a
Oh, they have a
washer.
data.
They have it to where they can scan something in the future where it'll actually identify it that way. And each employee will probably have a phone thing to scan it.
Yeah, scan the object itself instead of a barcode. That
Yep.
would make sense. But it made me feel guilty. It's like, I don't want to steal this thing. I have no problem paying for it. You know, I'm not that kind of a person.
Yep,
He's
I'm
like,
with you,
just
brother.
here you go, take it. I mean, okay. It was only 2 washers, so I don't feel that guilty. But I mean, you can imagine if it happened on a nationwide basis, that's got to count for something.
Yeah, definitely got to add up. This is off topic, but I was on a little drive yesterday. And I was listening to a podcast on Rocket Lab, and like that whole guy's adventure. And then basically, I guess it's some friend that he had that hooked him up with Elon Musk at a meeting, and they had this fucking meeting. And then after they had the meeting, Elon Musk dropped all. He had this program where he'll take on small satellites at a way cheaper charge. To rile the buddy up with all the bigger satellites, and trying to squash Rocket Lab's, their whole thesis of how they do business or how they do business. So I was wondering, I want to play Rocket Lab. I mean, one of the reasons why I want to play them is I think it's fucking cool as shit. They come from New Zealand. That's some heritage I got. But the second thing is that I think he's viable maybe for a takeover. Someone taking him out, or there's enough business for both of them.
I played them for the earnings play. I did pretty well on the earnings, and apparently they're getting orders for launches. So, and the guy that owns it, he's like a total space buff. I mean, he has a passion for space only, and I mean, you're right. It could be a nice target for a takeover, but I don't think that's his exit strategy at this point. I think at this point, because he likes space so much, he's going to hang on to it for a while. But
yeah, I'm with you on that.
And I like passionate CEOs. I like passionate CEOs. I like that.
Yep, 100%. Well, Elon Musk is one of them.
Correct.
Steve Jobs is one of them. I mean, those are all. If you talk about successful companies, they all had a passionate CEO behind it. Someone with a fucking vision. Bill Gates, all them guys.
And well, I wouldn't include Bill Gates in that.
Bill Gates, his vision, but sure.
Well, that was a big.
Remember the
Yeah,
Xerox?
there's controversy there.
He either copied it, he bought it, or he stole it. So I don't see him as a passionate CEO.
He's a snake.
How about Zuckerberg then?
I agree.
Zucker lizard.
Well, Zuckerberg, he's obviously from another planet, so I don't know if you can include him. Maybe that's why Elon's trying to mine Mars so that they can give all their resources to the lizard people.
Okay, off topic. Is this the VIX? How do you play the VIX? Like, I'm looking at it. What do I look for on it? Like, there's an option chain on it. I've never played the VIX.
Isn't it like UVXY or something like that? Isn't that the?
Yeah, there's SVXY, which is the bullish one, and UVXY is the bearish one, and it depends on like
the index level.
Oh, the actual VIX.
Yeah, I would say if you're going to play VIX, actually play the index level. You can play the ETFs that trade on VIX, but I mean,
is there an index?
Like VIX is an index.
Right, but like, can you buy the VIX or buy options on VIX?
Yeah, you can buy options on VIX.
Okay, cool.
Wait,
I've never played it before. I've never played it before, so I'm just curious myself because I do want to get in on that play.
So it's VIXY, VIXY. That's a short term, and there's a mid.
If you're talking, for a lot of this is probably not the right audience to say go into actual VIX trading. So yeah, VIXY, UVIX. There's a couple of different VIX tickers that can be traded.
Jefferson, is it similar to like trading SPX, like that type of volatility? 10 times SPY, that type of.
No.
Okay.
It trades significantly so it's a volatility index. So when you're buying the ETF, they have contracts on the VIX. So,
well, let's put it a different way. Let's say I want to buy a lottery ticket for July for $50 for VIX at $50 a share. Which ticker do I need? Like a $50 call on
VIX at
VIX.
$50 a share. So VIX is an index. You cannot buy shares directly of an index.
Okay. So if we're anticipating VIX to go up to 50,
okay,
how and we want to capitalize on that, what would you play? I've never done it before, so
I would probably buy VIX futures, or I would buy calls on VIX ETFs.
Okay,
because
cool.
VIX only trades in shares as ETFs, and the ETFs underlying is VIX contracts.
Okay.
Wouldn't you want
I
to
get it.
go also you could go long calls or puts in a low VIX environment and wait for the VIX to go up and you'd make profit off the Vega?
So typically you don't actually want to buy VIX because VIX is a hedging thing. It's not intended to be like, yeah, like I'm going to be really bullish on VIX, because the way that the index is set up is that it typically always reverts back down. So typically it's like you can sell like puts on VIX and make a lot of money, which is typically why they don't fetch like as like large of a premium, because like it's interesting to trade, I'll say that. But there are plenty of different ways to make money off of it. But in actuality, if you're expecting it to jump all the way up to 50, then yeah, like the futures contracts themselves is the way that you're going to make the most money.
Thanks, Jefferson.
Yeah, thanks, Jefferson. So the VIXY is what you're saying, correct?
Well, that's the ETF.
No,
I think
I'm talking the actual like VIX contracts themselves. I'm not
Okay, that
talking
might be out of my
ETF.
league.
More than likely, so let me take a look. I'm not at, so like I said, I moved. I'm not at like my computer anymore. Yeah, that's an ETF. VIXY is an ETF.
Okay, but could I play that? Buy some calls on the VIXY if I'm anticipating an increase in volatility with the VIX going up?
I would recommend reading the details of it. So like reading the details of the fund, so what they're actually doing. So there are short-term futures. I would recommend actually also going to the ProShares website and making sure that they have the underlying assets and the time frame that you're looking for as their underlying. Otherwise, you can be right with VIX, but not have the right kind of VIX that covers the time frame. And at that point, you're incredibly wrong with VIX and you lose money, even though you were right.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ditto.
I made a great amount of money with TVIX, which only trades OTC now. But it was issued by Credit Suzy, and it blew up incredibly well. And it happened to be the VIX shares that I was using for hedging.
What was going on in June of 2021? That shit spiked up from $7 to $30. It went from 742 to $30. It gapped up big time. And then it dropped down. And we're at 742 right now.
Was that the Omicron variant of the virus or one of the variants of the virus that came out?
It might have been. It's right. If you look at the chart, it's right at the end of May, the beginning of June. It's a huge gap. I'm just looking at the 5-year. That's all Ameritrade gives me on my quick chart.
So the easier explanation is it's safer to sell puts on volatility than buying put, or yeah, it's safer to sell puts than buy puts on volatility. And selling puts on volatility is also safer than buying calls on volatility or selling calls.
Okay.
And by volatility, I do mean VIX and VIX ETFs.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Scald, you just missed a wonderful conversation about VIX and how to play it.
What about it?
Bourbon, you want to fill them in?
Yeah. So basically, nothing was said.
No, we want to. So we want to, based on previous historic experience with the debt ceiling negotiations. Apparently, last time it happened in 2011, the VIX shot up to 50.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're expecting the same type of, maybe not all the way up to 50, but the same type of reaction in VIX to the debt ceiling debate, what would be the best way to play a massive increase in volatility or a massive increase in VIX?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't that just be UVXY calls? Good luck on those. It's a great way to throw away your money.
No. Okay, so why do you say that?
Deteriorates.
Why do I say what?
Why would you say that? It's throwing away money.
I mean, here's the thing. If you hit one of these spikes on UVXY, you're going to make so much money off of contracts on it that you will be able to retire immediately. However,
That
the
is
majority
not
of
really true, but
the
go ahead.
majority of time, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be throwing away money. And by the majority of time, I mean over the course of the last 5 years, there's been exactly 2 times where it would have triggered such an increase over also a short enough period. If I go back to Max, you're saying 2011?
No, COVID was the last time that VIX spiked significantly enough for people to be able to retire.
Right, but we're talking about the 2011 VIX spike
Yes.
for debt ceiling.
Yes.
Okay. Problem with UVXY.
They've changed. Yeah.
The problem with UVXY is it's just
it's not the
degraded to the
same.
point where
It's not the same VIX anymore.
right. What's the other one? There's another one that is more recent that hasn't been diluted as much.
Well, so the entire discussion was largely about like people asking like, how should I play it? And my only recommendation is that because Genome had mentioned if you're expecting the VIX to go to 50, like how would you play it? I would buy VIX options on the index level.
Yeah, that's fair. If I was expecting it to go to 50, like really expecting it, I'd probably buy UVXY calls a month out. Out of the money UVXY calls.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right. Yeah, that's what we were asking. That's it's just what we were asking.
But the problem with UVXY is that the majority of time you try to do one of these plays and it doesn't move as much as you think it would.
Exactly. And that's why I was saying that like if you're actually going to play it, I would say play it on the actual index level because you'll be able to play it and profit the most.
Vixie, that was the one. Thank you. Or UVix. Desmond Miles. Thank you. That was the one I was thinking of.
UVix is one of the ones that I use. I totally blanked on that as well.
It's not as it's not had to dilute. Also, you could always just do the opposite on Ziv, right? Isn't Ziv?
So what you really need to look for
You
is
buy
whether the ETFs on VIX have or have not had to do as many reverse splits.
Right. Someone just messaged me on LinkedIn and was like, I hope you're not blocking my messages. I am going to be now, buddy.
Well, I would just tag onto that conversation because, like, since UVXY tends to go down infinitely forever because of the way it's created, I was thinking of buying Leap calls on it or puts. Yeah, Leap puts, and then that way, like it would go in reverse infinitely. But I think all of the reverse splits would really mess with it. So I haven't really tried it.
Stiper nails it with the 28 call on VIX for a June 21st expiration. A potential 19 bagger. If it moves the way you think it is.
I came across this WallStreetBets post describing, or someone asking exactly what I just said. And the top comment from 6 years ago is pretty funny.
Why doesn't everyone just buy a leap on UVXY? Jesus Christ. Well, here's the thing. I don't know why we have to even explain that. Listen, read the prospectus. Read the prospectus. That's just going to be my answer from now on when people ask that. And if they can't go and do that, then
The other thing that I would point out is do read the prospectus, because it's more advantageous to play a VIX ETF that is redeemable in cash.
True.
As opposed to what? Which ones are not? The index level options are.
I was going to say, which one is not redeemable in cash? Why would you buy something that, like, what is it redeemable in if it's not cash?
I think what he means is you can get assigned by the ones that are not index level because there's nothing to assign you to. There's no shares.
Got it. Jefferson, if you're trying to talk, you're breaking up.
He must be in the scald cornfields.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about crypto.
Crypto going to the moon or not?
I'm not right now. Is crypto going to go to the moon after the 2024 Bitcoin halving? You bet your ass, buddy. To the moon.
6 months to a year after.
Yeah.
So that puts it at what? Winter of 24?
Yeah, or summer of 2025, right?
Yeah, but you want to buy
in that range.
Probably before then, yeah. I'll buy when Litecoin's under 50 and when Bitcoin is below 20.
Bitcoin Cash. That's what somebody just said. Bunch of rocket emojis. I like it.
Oh god, not Bitcoin Cash.
That's the exact kind of post I would expect from a Bitcoin Cash user. It's just Bitcoin Cash with a bunch of rocket emojis.
It's 23 million He's retarded. Don't mind him.
Yeah, I love you guys, Bitcoin Cash users. Don't get me wrong, but like,
Yeah, don't get me
my own
wrong. I
heart.
made money off of it. Same with Ethereum Classic. I do like Ethereum Classic better, but yeah, still crap.
I worked with some people that were with that worked on the Bitcoin Cash protocol. We proposed in 20 early 2016, late 2015, early 2016, a Merkleized abstract syntax tree protocol. Now ours wasn't ultimately selected. A different mass protocol ended up being selected for Bitcoin, but we did try to put our hat in the ring, the Bitcoin Foundation on that. What a mast is it's basically a way to store data in a nested fashion, so that way you can get more transactions per block. I'm greatly simplifying how mast works right now, but hopefully that makes sense to people.
So it looks like market is up weirdly. What about Tesla? EVs got hammered.
Let's take a look at Tesla. Let's see what they're doing. Well, they're down a little ways.
I know. I think last week was EV week for some of the others.
Let's check out Rivian stock. Oh, it's up. What? That was a surprise. What?
Yeah, it's weird.
It's down in the past month though.
Lucid.
What was that one? Is like Gov, GOEV.
That's Canoe.
It's up also.
But I think they're riding the coattails of Re.
Ah, geez. What was that other one that was like?
Log is up.
They started with an A. They were a competitor to Gov. They were making like vehicles in these micro factories. Started with an A. What was it like? Arrival?
Atlas, someone said?
No, it's called like Arrival.
No, he is talking about Arrival, Jay Bourbon. Am I here?
Arrival. They got hammered as expected. Let me guess when they started getting hammered. My guess is they started getting hammered in February 2 years ago. Let me see if that's correct. I am slightly wrong. They started getting hammered in August. So the reason why I say that is one of Arrival's main founders is Russian. Like full-on oligarch shit. And I was willing to bet that old Denis Sverdlov probably got some of his fucking assets frozen.
Wow.
And sure enough, Arrival stock seems to reflect that they got the crap beat out of them.
I was bearish on them, but not because of any of that. If I'd known that, that'd have been great.
Now you can be even more bearish on them. Anyway.
Like, if you had known that and had told me that a year ago, that'd have been great.
Denis Lviovich Sverdlov, a British-Russian businessman. You don't say a name like that.
He doesn't sound like a villain at all.
He's also rocking the Bezos bald head look. Or perhaps the original Lex Luthor, but we could say Bezos because he's actually a real character.
It is a good question. So Elon actually could very clearly afford whatever premium hair treatment that he does. Why didn't Bezos do that?
I honestly think it's a power move because like when I looked at pictures of him when he was younger, he looked pretty nerdy. So I think his face with like a full head of hair wouldn't give that appearance of this kind of like Vin Diesel like guy that he's trying to be now. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, if you look at the pictures of him when he had his hair, yeah. Nothing of value was lost. I hate to say it. I'm terrible. I'm such a dick. Look at him. Just look at him go.
Skull, I
buddy,
remember the
he's so
interviews.
honest. I mean, an asshole.
As someone who's played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, this picture of Bezos just looks like he's about ready to get beat up, like for being part of the Dungeons and Dragons club.
Kind of reminds me of Neil Diamond. He has that Neil Diamond look.
Yeah,
look at
he is
like,
goofy
when he
looking.
was doing interviews about Amazon and things like that, like in parking lots.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this though, man. I do remember him getting interviewed by Mark Haynes and all them guys back in the day, and just laughing at him, saying, "What are you going to try to do?" And holy shit!
Oh yeah.
He just started out his fucking books. He's put all the bookstores out of business.
Everything that you need to know about like Amazon and their ability to execute on stuff occurred on September 11th of 2001. So Amazon had a pretty large office in the World Trade Centers, and yet none of their employees died during the World Trade Center incident. And the reason why, it was really simple. The World Trade Centers had already been bombed twice, right, over the course of history or whatever, and they had already had multiple fire threats and things like that. So Amazon, once per month, or once a quarter, they would practice evacuating their office in the World Trade Center tower just in case. So they would have like an actual like fire drill, like in school style. And so sure enough, like obviously you can't foresee exactly what disaster is going to hit you, but you can at least prepare for a general disaster of some type. And then when the planes hit the World Trade Center, they execute their evacuation plans, no casualties. You know, just amazing planning.
They knew, bro.
Had a little luck.
I mean, it's just smart.
They did.
I mean, it was bombed, like, what was it? It was bombed twice in like the 80s, right? I mean, it wasn't like it wasn't a target before then.
Yeah, they were hitting the parking garages.
Amazon definitely knew. Don't let them fool you. They didn't want to pay out all the insurance of all the dead employees. Like they pulled out right on time.
So, Skull, by saying that, you're saying that he still had all his employees. He was able to build his business while everything was taking his shit. We didn't know where the fuck the world was going to go.
I'm also saying it takes a little bit of foresight to realize that it takes a certain amount of wisdom to realize that you need to prepare for something, even if you don't know what you're preparing for. Right? You don't know the exact nature of a disaster, but you know that one may eventually strike you. You don't know the exact nature of your competition, but you know you'll have competitors. You know, this is the kind of wisdom you really look for in a CEO.
The requirement would be Eagle Scout. I mean, that's basically the ways of the Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts and Eagles. Be prepared. That's the number one thing they teach you.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you say that. Because there is It's really funny you say that. Because I just found a study by Baylor University of Eagle Scouts, and it found that on average they earn $16,000 more a year than their non-Eagle Scout compatriots in the workforce.
I believe it.
So, yeah, it appears that they do make more money.
Whoa, did you say if they earn $100,000 or more, they're no longer considered Eagle Scouts in the workforce? Or if they earn less than?
No. It was the Eagle Scouts versus non-Eagle Scouts earn on average $16,000 more. The Eagle Scout in the workforce earns more than the non-Eagle Scout.
The top of degree on top of that.
Yeah.
And you're golden.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure. If I was getting underpaid, I'd have been upset.
It's all right. You'll be upset by the fact that if you are at least 3 inches over 6 feet, your average earning potential is greater than earning a master's degree if you're a man. So if you're 6'3" or above, chances are you're earning more money based on your height than you are based on your credentials. Have fun with that.
That's still fine with me.
It's not fine with me. I have to wear platforms to get that tall, which I do.
You said the taller you are, the more you make?
Yep.
So 23 moves broke. Got it.
And that's why I wear platform shoes. What up?
So, I mean, I meet that criteria without platform shoes or shoes on. So, I'm good.
So I should start an inverse to this?
Well, here's the thing. So one reason for paying people at that height more money is that you have no fucking idea how much like a pain in the ass it is to actually get like nice shoes, nice slippers and things like that are comfortable. It is horrible. Horrible, man. And like when you like find like a nice pair, you actually buy typically like multiple pairs. Just because if it gets discontinued, you don't want to pay absorbent prices for comfortable like feet and things like that.
I mean, also car purchases, man.
Yeah. No, when I'm in my sedan, I look like my seat is all the way back. Nobody can sit behind me, and like I've got some family members that are like 6'8", and like this is no shoes. 6'8". One of them is over 7 foot. I don't even remember how many inches. But I'll be honest, I have no freaking clue what car he drives, and I'm too embarrassed to ask.
Yeah, I am actually just shy of 6 feet. I'm like 5'11". But my business partner, Cyber Matt, is 6'8". And so when we founded our business, people would be like, "Were you the tall one or the short one?" And I'm like, "Bro, short one. I'm taller than you." Like, I can't help that my business partner is a literal giant.
Yeah,
anyway,
I mean,
funny shit.
Family get-togethers for that side of the family have always been great because it's like all like the guys are there and we're all like about a foot taller or multi-foot taller than our significant others, and like
You're in one of those families. Yeah, he's the same way.
And
opinion unpopular is
basketball. None of them play basketball, and like some of them have gotten so many offers and things like that, and they're like just not interested, and it's hilarious.
According to LinkedIn, Warren Buffett is dumping stock. I don't know if I believe LinkedIn because it's LinkedIn.
He has been dumping about $13 billion worth of stock into cash. Not
Oh, so
sure
this is
why.
a true article.
Yeah, it
usually
was there for the past week or two. You could probably Google that he's been dumping. I think it was 13 billion, somewhere in that range, which I thought was interesting because I thought he recently put some in the market, but could be wrong.
usually people on LinkedIn get
Their
Go
news
ahead.
from WallStreetBets, but later.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But yep, that is true.
It's probably more than 13 billion because he did 10 billion in Oxy alone. I mean, he had last week they announced that
The
he's
thing
selling
is-
directly to Oxy.
Yeah, exactly.
Occidental Petroleum. He's selling them directly to Occidental Petroleum. So it's probably more than 13 billion.
He's got a deal with Oxy where Oxy buys his shares versus him selling it on the market or in the dark. So,
Which I still don't understand how that's not price manipulation.
it is price manipulation. Like SEC, Warren Buffett, right there. SEC intern that's listening. Come on.
Crypto crackdown is coming, says the Department of Justice. Based on what? On what laws? It would be useful if Congress could pass some fucking laws first before they, just saying.
What kind of crackdown?
They said a crackdown on crypto is coming, and I'm like, based on what? What are you cracking down on? I mean, like,
The fact that they shorted it before they announced it.
right, exactly.
The Fed saying that?
The Department of Justice is saying that they're going to be cracking down on crypto. Because, they just want to make sure they maximally stifle innovation here in the US. I'm moving my business to Dubai. Fuck this. Actually, I'll be moving my business to Costa Rica, but
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Dubai. Really?
Dubai's pretty dope, man, for crypto. Just saying.
Well, I mean, the problem even with moving your company is that you're still subject to, if your customers are in the US, you're still subject to US laws. So you have to restrict business and things like that. It doesn't necessarily even matter your headquarters. I know you know that, but I'm just repeating it for anybody who doesn't. But the taxation laws and things like that, those, incredibly different story. Well, I mean, you can look it up. Uncle Sam, doesn't care where you live in the United States.
Or even if you're in the United States, for that matter, to be clear.
Yeah, U.S. citizenship or not, Uncle Sam still expects you to pay your taxes. If you're breaking laws or anything, you're still expected to pay your taxes.
And there's no getting away from it.
There's been many crazy, funny crypto stories that have come out of people trying to avoid people breaking the law, and doing, I'll say, very illicit, bad crypto things, and the IRS being the one to take them down.
There is no escape, spoiler. Let me bring up the case of Kenneth Dart. This guy tried to skip out on IRS debts, and he was worth $6.6 billion when he did it. And in 1996, they passed an amendment through Congress specifically to screw him over. Like him, in particular.
You can renounce your citizenship, correct?
but
However,
they're going to still come for you.
Yes.
Right.
You don't understand.
He did renounce his citizenship, and they still went after him, and it's ridiculous.
It is in terms of if you've ever taken any law courses or anything like that, it is the funniest thing to read about, like all the ways that people have tried to get away from like paying taxes at all or things like that. Yeah, if your taxes are wrong, you always have to pay back taxes, and you're still held liable for it. And there's a certain limitation that they have, but like it spans like multiple years.
So what are we thinking on? What are we thinking on this EV rally that's happening right now, like today?
I'm thinking it's fake because Tesla isn't going up.
I'm thinking buying calls on Tesla, right? Like that was my point earlier. Before you guys started talking about weird shit.
Like Tesla hasn't gone up significantly, so the only way that I would be looking to play it would be on Tesla.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm trying to see if there's any bearish.
Literally have not even looked at the chart yet. But I was
They
actually
did announce a slight price increase on some of their models, the S, X, and Y models. A slight price increase on those. So that could be why Tesla's not heading up yet. It's going to affect their unit sales.
I was just gonna say two things. The natural gas rig count report came out on Friday, and they depleted 17 rigs. And they cited the reason why was because of manipulated low prices. And so this is why oil is going to go up, because they're cutting supply. They are not going to produce at these prices. And then the other thing I was going to say was that I saw the March 31st purchase by BlackRock of Mullen. They increased their stake by 178%. I know there's some Mullen heads in the audience, or somebody's favorite, and there is an opportunity here to do some buy rights. What I would think.
Not my favorite, but I am in Mullen and I'm selling covered calls on them. It's been pretty good to me.
I can't remove the thing in
by the
like,
way,
right now.
What?
Can somebody with like slightly higher privileges, even though like it's like a joke?
Well, anyways, their cost basis is about $3.28 from what I'm seeing. So it was at $1.27 at close. I don't know what it's at right now, but if there's any whale watchers, you'd be getting in at a lower cost basis. That's all I wanted to say.
Hugh Jefferson, what did you say? Remove what?
The beard trick could offend people.
Offend.
Thank you. I mean, it didn't offend me. Like, if you have enough fat on like your face to do whatever you want with. But the thing is it could offend people. And we don't want to offend people.
I'm grabbing some lunch. I'll be back in a few.
Well, don't leave us hanging. What are you getting for lunch?
Looks like chicken and chicken strips and mashed potatoes. Leftovers.
Yeah, nice.
Don't lie to him.
Well, I mean, I've got leftover pecan encrusted chicken that
sounds good, brother.
I just have had so much good food this past week that is my leftovers. That like I think I'm probably gonna end up tossing it.
Anyone else not like eating leftovers?
I mean, I'm not a leftover person at all. I typically avoid eating leftovers.
Yeah,
with
me
my
too.
bread.
Unless it's like super good food or something like that's easily reheatable and tastes almost the same.
Thanksgiving.
Turkey gets kind of weird. Maybe the mashed potatoes and stuff, but
Like I've reheated ham, like honey ham with like
could bake it. Yeah,
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 but
it gets all hard and shit.
you can make sandwiches with it though. That I like to do that.
yeah,
'Cause it's,
like I've
technically
done that. Like
different.
I've thinly sliced it and things like that. But I mean, I hate leftovers. I do actually.
I used to like them, or at least not have a problem with it. But like every day, I feel like I have to have something different. So if I am eating like some really good, easily reheatable to the same quality leftovers, it's like days later, like 2 days later at least.
Yeah, I end up eating leftovers because my wife is like, "Hey, can you eat the leftovers?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I can." But
I
like
consider pizza leftover.
that's next day leftovers.
Calls on
That's
air
not, like-
fryers.
We had a faulty air fryer, so we had to literally cut the cord. And now like we've got an air fryer in a box in our kitchen, but we have an even better air fryer in our freaking basement sitting in a closet right now. So honestly, I don't even understand like the air fryer, like what my wife is trying to do with it. But I'm not willing to contest it or anything. Yeah, it is completely a wireless air fryer. As part of like the warranty, because apparently it could start. It's a beautiful air fryer. It worked better than any of the other air fryers that I've ever had. And yeah, like apparently there was some like defect that if you don't like do something, like it can end up like lighting on fire and like blah blah blah. Some crazy shit that like, think of it this way, like people putting like a hand grenade in a freaking microwave. Yeah, like you're gonna have a bad time. I bet you can, Eye of the Valley. I bet you can. But you know what? That's probably your own special skill, and no one else should try to do that.
I just realized the soundbot's back. Came back to life.
So it looks like Michael Burry's 13 F reported his portfolio, and he bought shares of 7 banks. Apparently, I'm not sure if it's confirmed, but I think it is. So FRC, PAC W, and Wells Fargo, 3 of the 7 banks that actually Wall also, New York Bank and Huntington Bank. So I'm curious to know how much he put in and what his share price is.
Well, I mean, I'm done with Wall. I bought options to be able to close, so let
Thank
it
you.
ride.
All right, so here we go. Did you buy more Baba?
I was gonna buy some land, but now I cannot.
Damn, he bought millions of worth. of these banks. All right, I'm loading up some bank calls. Tesla's about to be green.
The funny thing is that what Burry will do when he has to do filings is he'll entirely change up everything and like he'll make it look one way, and he'll actually be playing the opposite sometimes. So you never know.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
then,
of course the
bipolarly
filings are.
and like schizophrenically does stuff on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like he could have bought it, but like, is he gonna take a loss right away? No, like he could have bought it way earlier than when we saw it, which is usually what happens, right? But the thing is you can see the average. So assuming it didn't go up sometime from when you saw the 13F and now, or even when he bought it, so let's even go back a couple months, then it's worth a buy.
I admitted defeat on my wall. Like, I didn't close. I'm still open on it, but I bought calls to cover because, and like at the money, because I'm just, at a certain point, I'm just not willing to lose that much more money. So.
So if everyone's reports are out, these hedge funds, we
And
gotta
I
see
don't
what
want to
the others are doing.
with my broker. So, like, if wall stays incredibly flat, I'm screwed. Then I just essentially threw away the money and I'm just going to exercise and close. Or sell the calls and then just close. But other than that, yeah, like I hope wall gets all the way back up to $50 or something crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if he bought it, he's bullish for sure. Can't tell what price he paid.
No, I just bought some wall.
This is no financial advice, by the way.
Yeah,
No, I know,
you can't
Jeff.
just look at the list and buy it. You need to make sure the ones on his list he's not already up on.
I'm hedging when I'm losing, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm still short the shares. The thing is that I covered with calls and I'm call positive now because honestly, I'm just like I'm so blown out of my position that it just doesn't even matter anymore.
There's something going on in esports that I'm unaware of. What's going on?
Are you talking about like Microsoft and Activision?
No, I'm talking about esports, like esports leagues. Someone was like,
Do you do side bets on esports?
no, someone's just said that it was. Someone just messaged me and was like, esports is crumbling. And I'm like, what do they mean it's crumbling? Not sure what they mean.
They're probably talking about the liquidity in the market of like paying and borrowing, paying, getting sponsorships and things like that. So sponsorship deals and that kind of money is probably drying out a little bit.
Oh, I imagine, yeah.
So it's not like Monster is willing to like pay you a shitload of money to like be able to sponsor Monster or Red Bull for that matter.
I hear ya. I hear ya.
So it's probably hitting streamers and gaming teams.
I am the one that mentioned Hua the other day. And let's see what the Hua stock do. It do go up. It's up 11% since I mentioned it. Oh, well. I did say invest with caution, though, as it was a Chinese stunk. And still is.
Which one?
Hua. H-U-Y-A. I was mentioning
H-U-Y-A?
Yep, I was mentioning it last Thursday. And last Tuesday. Tuesday was when I first mentioned it. Oh, this is a Chinese pump, isn't it? It's time for me to add... There we go. I said every time someone brought up a Chinese stock, I was going to post a meme from the Hong Kong Phooey cartoon. It's a Hong Kong Phooey chop, boys. Hua up 8.9% today.
I totally remember that cartoon, brother.
I didn't realize how racist it was until later. I was like talking to my wife. My wife's a little younger than me, and I was like, "You remember this cartoon?" She was like, "That cartoon definitely was not on when I was a kid." And I was like, I showed it to her, and she was like, "Wow, this is bad." I was like, "Oh shit." It was a different time.
Can you say for certainty that it was intended with racism? Like, that's the... Like, now Disney's got, like, racism, like, warnings on everything.
Did you ever watch Hong Kong Phooey?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So I am not a fan of Baba, to be honest, but what I can say is that they do have upcoming earnings, so that could be a reason that you're seeing certain types of stock pump up. Because there could be a buy-in for anticipation and things like that. But animators and being racist and things like that, yeah, a lot of that was intended to be able to like create comedy, whether or not it was offensive.
That's all we grew up with, man. Back in the Archie Bunker, all that shit, man.
I just like how they were like, we have this kung fu dog that's fighting people. Who should we hire to voice act him? And they're like, why don't we hire legendary blues musician Scatman Scruthers? And then they did.
I mean, it literally, keep in mind, cartoons, like the time in the 90s and things like that, and earlier, honestly, the 80s and 90s, a lot of it was just to be able to make people laugh and like things like that. Not necessarily intent. What I will say is that...
I'm sorry, are you talking to me?
Me?
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So I think Scald just had
He's
an
back in
issue.
the cornfields.
Probably. I would say a lot of it was just intended to make all people laugh and not necessarily actually offend people. What has become more modern is that depictions of culture that were not depictions of culture by people within the culture is considered offensive. But also, it's become way more popular about suing people for everything in any depiction of anything. Like sports teams getting sued for their mascots.
Anyone see C3 AI? Freaking 20% run.
Yeah, I had said earlier, the market is indicating risk on right now.
Yeah. I got an alert this morning at like 7 that it dropped below 20. I was like, all right, perfect time to buy calls at open. And then it ripped at open. But clearly it wasn't too late.
I mean, clearly, like, Carvana's over $11 again. So the market is saying risk on.
Imagine
You
that.
guys-
The guy named Jefferson thinks racist cartoons aren't racist. Never would have thought.
I didn't say they're not offensive, did I? I said they weren't intended as offensive.
That was the insinuation, right? It's funny. They're making it
No.
out of good.
I said that perhaps there was not the intention.
Perhaps.
Can you prove for 100% certainty that it was intended to be racist and perceived as racist at the time that they were produced?
Group people might get offended. Like, I get what you're saying. That doesn't necessarily mean it's racist. It was racist intent behind making it. Yeah.
And you're certain?
We know this out there anyway, because we know we're just trying to have fun. It's funny.
I can only hear like every other couple like words you're saying. Can anybody else hear Diamond Handed clearly?
Yeah, he said Trump.
Yeah, I was see, bourbon gets me, bro. Bourbon gets me.
I got you, brother.
Trump.
Hey, if Trump gets in office, brother,
bro, stop
good for the
buying
market.
fucking DWAC,
You
bro.
make
It's
some
the
money with Trump in office.
Bro, don't hit on DWAC, all right?
I will hit on DWAC.
Sorry.
What is it going to purchase as its back?
It's gonna purchase your fucking votes, dude.
Well,
It's
my
gonna
vote.
purchase the digital world.
That's illegal. You're not supposed to be able to buy people's votes. In fact, you're not allowed to. legally.
Gonna buy the internet.
I got my vote on eBay right now.
Amazon, Tesla, bank, Chinese stocks. What are we buying?
How much does a vote go for on eBay? I'm asking for a friend.
Right. I'll wait for the highest bid. Hey, Jay Berman, you playing HD? I know you like to play earnings. You playing HD?
Which one?
HD Home Depot.
Oh, Home Depot. I don't know if there's enough implied move on that one for me to play it, but I'm curious to know if anybody knows the expected move for earnings, as well as for Baba. I might play Baba, but it has pumped already. So if I was assuming it would go up, so I don't know if I'll play it anymore with the IV.
Diamond, I just want to ask a question. Do you listen to music? Diamond Handed, you still there? Okay. I'm gonna presume that you said yes, you do listen to music. My point is the music that you listen to currently within your adult time frame may be incredibly offensive to people that are future generations. Independent of whatever music it is.
Right now.
I still can't hear you. I've got like max volume. WallStreetBets sound is fixed.
I'm back. What I miss?
I missed anything. Yeah.
How about now? Is it still bad? Hello.
I heard the hello, but like before that it was still bad. Hey Diamond, your mic doing okay now or
I don't know. I got my Bluetooth on now, but the Bluetooth is usually worse. So.
Yeah, no, I heard everything you said until you started speaking really fast and like it sounded gargled. But yeah. Jay Bourbon, what are you doing today?
Looking for a play to go all in.
Go put all your money in OMH.
Right.
That bitch is gonna go to 225 like top ones.
I would say wait for Carvana to get to a ridiculous price and then just go all in on puts. And then, you know what? Fly me out and we'll drink bourbon together. Because you'll be that rich.
Bro, so fly me out. You high end
Well,
Jeff.
dude, I have lost so much money, and I've mentioned it in like certain groups that it's just obnoxious.
Calls on earnings.
And like I lost it in a week, and like it's ongoing.
Actually, I might play OMH either later tonight or tomorrow morning. Kind of just like top how it crashed, and then once everybody found out the news the day after, just kind of fucking why not? It's kind of degen play, but I think I'm gonna do it.
I don't even know what commiserating means. Can anyone educate me? Is that actually a word?
It's a word.
What does it
Conspiring.
mean? Aspiring? Why the hell would you not just use aspiring?
Conspiring, but commiserating. Like you're
Commiserating,
making-
yeah, that's what. So Decibel said that.
Commiserating is just like feeling sorry for yourself and with others.
Oh. I mean, I'd be
So, like-
lying if I didn't say I'm depressed.
Well, like
This-
when we all lose in the stock market, it's fun to commiserate with others here. That's an example.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I still don't like seeing people lose money, ever.
Feel, show, or express pity for someone. Commiserate.
Oh, like Misery Loves Company.
Yes.
Oh, right. Man, I
It's-
did not realize that was ever actually a word.
Yes. And it's
Yeah.
got two M's, just in case you're wondering. It's got two M's.
Yeah, or com misery. Cool.
Yes. Example,
Like-
she went over to commiserate with Rose for her unfortunate circumstances and investments.
Yeah, if anybody was incredibly short on Wall or Carvana right now, I mean, just I'm still not closing. I'm still short, so. No, I will not share my loss porn. I just won't. Like, you want to see that I'm $14 average cost on Wall right now? Sure, I'll give you a micro screenshot. Eyes, would that make you feel good? Well, it's unrealized, so it's not really a loss. That's my so I've already realized a shitload of losses with FRC. Now, Wall is just like sitting there just like crippling me. I got squished.
I sold cash secured puts on Pac West, $11 strike. Expires Friday, the 19th. I'm going to be getting 100 Wall shares at $11 a share, and it's now trading at $4.88 a share.
Wait. My average on Pac West is like $10. So
You're a little bit better than I am.
I've
will
just
commiserate
been
with you on Pac West.
So like the only like lack of misery I have on Pac West is that I was selling covered calls for like $100 every week. So I have no complaints there, but
Oh, that's not bad.
But yeah, Eyes of the Valley. Yeah, FRC. I had to close $11.50 puts because I had a fairly strong feeling, we'll call it, on Friday that they were going to get seized over the weekend. And thankfully I did. But I closed all of my FRC puts for a loss. The majority of them being 1,000% loss plus, and then a lot of them, the larger majority in terms of contracts being at 100 and something percent.
What's up, boys? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, and then I'm still short on Wall. I'm just not closing it, because I'm just so incredibly frustrated, I guess is the easiest way to explain it.
$1,000%. That's a deep cut, bro. It's rough. He'll make it back.
It was 1,000% per contract, over 1,000% per contract, but yeah, no, I'm not worried. I'm still here, aren't I?
Visa is up 34% today.
So Decibel, I am short wall, and I am short wall in shares. I have bought long calls on wall to cover because I am at the point of I'm getting so blown out by having a $14 average cost on blocks of wall that I cannot afford anymore. My risk ratio got too high, and my broker's freaking shit. Like, with even though I'm covered, my broker is like preventing me from trading again. Like, unfucking real. So like, I can't short right now anymore. They are re-restricting me, even though they gave me the ability to cover, so I'm happy with that. But no, I'm done. Like, I can't short anymore right now. Yay. I would disagree with my broker, but sure.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off the call. Talk to you later.
Wow. SPY going back up. Market holding. Upstart's up 22%. AI is up 22%. Crypto related stocks are up. Market's looking good. Especially if Fubo TV is up. Like, what the fuck? Wish. How are they options translate? Ugly. Wow.
Really, Stipper, are we getting back into VIX? Yeah, Decibel, I'm a pretty open sharer about a lot of things, and some of it does, just, end up not being things that I should have shared, so... Well, I mean, like, I'm honest with even regular people that, like, I meet, like, day to day. Like, if they want to talk about the market or anything like that, it's not something I bring up. But yeah, like, I'm open about it. I'm like, yeah, I'm a short seller. And, like, they're like, you're a short seller? How does that work? And I'm like, I make money by shorting the market. A lot more money shorting the market than by being bullish. But like, when you short the market, you accept the risks, you play the game, so at a certain point, like, you have to accept a certain amount of loss and cover because it just gets to be too much. And the thing is then you just can I'm fine, man. My wife trusts me 100%. She knows all the things that, like, I do in the sense of, she knows that, like, we're still net positive. If I was to not have ever traded, I'm up so far, like, I'm up so much. It's that this is just not a good time for me. That's all. I'm literally, I've only lost house money is the easiest way to explain it. I'm still only losing house money. Now, house money, I don't mean house money like, oh man, like my house or anything like that. I mean, like, if you were to go to a casino and, like, they were to front you money and just give it to you, like, no liabilities or anything, like, go play, that's what I'm playing with. Still. So. Yeah, no, the majority of my house money has actually been used for house money. And, other various things. Congrats, very happy for you, making money off the market and getting a house. That's, one of the best feelings ever. Then you had to say that. Yeah, Leonidas, the damage is already done. The amount of pressure on short sellers and being short on like financial institutions has already hit short sellers. There isn't a single financial institution that I've been short on, Wall being my largest, that I'm stuck in. That again, like I have a cover now. The damage is done. They wanted to hurt short sellers, and they did.
You think Jamie Dimon's going to get his way about banning short selling?
Not a freaking chance.
No.
The FDIC is socializing losses to larger financial institutions, so no, not even close. And their stock hasn't even been like touched. So also, they're also getting the best deals with the FDIC of property, financial institutions, everything. Like, yeah. I mean, Stipper's like gift that he just posted is like so accurate. It's like just like literally flip open a freaking lawn chair and like, yeah, bam, now I own this. Helpful, you've been invited.
Yo.
So I'm long big financial institutions, so that's my hedge, I guess I could say, but I'm so blown out that it's not a hedge anymore. It's more of just I bought it on my long account.
I went long on JPM.
Why not?
I might pick up some more shares today. I don't know. I'm kind of tight right now.
Oh man, you're tight? What's happening?
Huh? Oh no, I mean I just bought a house, so.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, that makes that's what you meant by
I'm
tight.
tight. I'm tight for this week, but next week something different. I mean, I was.
Is this first or is this like secondary or third?
Oh no, first. But
congrats.
I've been renting and saving, so I didn't have to get like a condo. But
what's the interest rates right now on mortgages?
I got a 5.9.
Nice, brother.
But it's like standard rate.
Good.
Yeah, standard rates in like the 6.5, 7s.
I mean, you could sit on that for a couple of years and then probably refi and get a better rate and save a lot over the longer term.
Yeah, no, we had a number in our mind, me and my fiance did, that we didn't want to go over. And that's how we were kind of looking at houses based on property tax and everything else in between. But yeah, when they told me 5.9, I was just like, that's way better than what I thought I was going to get.
I think the worst conversation I've had when buying property was like I felt so much like a schmuck, like saying like I don't have the money in hand right now, but I'll have the money later. And like they were like, and I was like, I want to buy it outright. I don't want to get a loan or anything like that. And they're like, we still have to give you a loan, in order to be able to close like within the time frame that you want to close. Now I'm like, okay, like, so you're telling me that I can't just like you can't move the closing date till like I have like the funds, and like they were like, no, and like I was like, it was very frustrating.
Yeah, they were
like,
milking you for the loan processing fees and all that shit.
they did, and
They're
like I was
squeezing a
like,
turn.
I wanted it so bad that I was like, I don't even care, and I ended up just like accepting it, and then like when the funds came through, I was like, here, done, closed, and like it didn't even actually negatively impact any credit rating or anything like that. Not that I cared. It kind of pissed me off. That's all. Like they were like, we don't want to lock in a deal at that time, and like I was like, so you're gonna make me pay like $1,000 or $2,000 or something like that extra, really? And they were like, yeah, we're going to. And I was like, I hate you guys so much. They were nice about it though. Like, even though I said that, I actually did say that to them.
Is that the only way you can lock in the price?
Yeah, that was the only way they're willing to accept. Is they wanted it that, like, they wanted it right then, and like they wanted it right then and there. And I was like, the fastest I can do is this time, but like then I'm gonna have to pay some fees and you're gonna have to pay more fees. They didn't really care, and I was like, or we could just wait until this time and you pay no fees, I pay no fees, and it was just a, yeah. Shitty people wanting to get rid of their property to be able to do whatever they wanted to do. No freaking idea what they wanted to do. For all I know, they wanted to fly sand kites on beaches and live like a homeless person. So helpful. Are you fully closed? Like you've got a closing date, or what's going on?
Yeah, settlement's the 16th. So I'm debating whether I should take all that money and just put it into Home Depot puts today.
Don't.
That's the way.
Get your property first. This is not the way.
Dude, I got like 50 grand just sitting there, and I'm like, oh god, I should definitely roll like 5.
No, man. Get the property, because
yes,
it's better
Jeff,
to own
it's a better
something.
investment. Short my house.
Better to own something than not.
Yeah, but my fiance would fucking kill me.
Yeah, keep the fiance, get the property, and put a ring on it if they're a keeper.
Yeah, no, we're getting married the month after in July. So, yeah, doing everything at once, man.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, but we're paying for both of them. So I was like kind of surprised my my interest rate is so low. I mean, I'd say low, but low for what it is right now. Because like I had just paid photo video, I just paid DJ, and I put it on my rewards card, and like I paid most of it off already, but like my credit was like overutilized or whatever the fuck they want to say. And I was like, dude, I'm just getting free flights out of this. Get the fuck out.
No, I know. We've talked before. I'm not surprised that they gave you that rate.
I mean, just be smart with your money.
Completely agree. I'm so happy for you, man. I've got weddings to attend in July, and I'm not happy about it.
Are you coming to my wedding?
Congrats, brother.
Yeah, man, appreciate it. Just try to keep the head above float for a little bit, refi, live the good life, rent it out, go buy something else. Fuck it.
I just, if we know each other, then yay. If we don't know each other, still yay.
I'll say, are any of your weddings on the East Coast in July?
I'm not going to answer.
Well, we take home improvement funds and anything as far as furniture goes. So if I see you, I see you. If not, then I'll hear you.
I'm just incredibly upset about the amount of weddings that I have to go to before I fly out for a vacation for a good time.
I was part of 4, and I went to 7 last year. And I was like, this is fucking retarded, man. Excuse my language, but this year it's only 5, and I'm only in 1, so I'm fine.
So, where are you going on a honeymoon?
Mexico, man. Just hope I don't lose my liver, head, or anything else.
Is it a good time to go to Mexico these days? That's my question. That's one of the cheapest places to go, but
yeah, no, we're going to.
They don't the amount of poisoned alcohol that scares the shit out of people from going to resorts is scary.
Yeah, you just bring some Narcan. Fuck it. But we're going to all-inclusive adult resort down in south of Cancun. So we'll be in the touristy area. Nothing to hopefully worry about. Just sitting on the beach having fun, man.
I'll admit, I'm much more of a fan of Jamaica, but
we went to the Caymans last year. We haven't done Jamaica yet, simply because most of my family went there, and I feel like I already got the experience by talking to them. But
you've not. I can say that for sure. Especially the opportunities of going through the waterfalls and just hanging out on the beach with the actual people that live in Jamaica is super awesome.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that through a cruise though. I mean, the beach is all the same when you look out. It's about how you look into the island. That's why I like cruises, man. Every island offers a different view when you're looking at it.
Well, I mean, we could discuss a lot, but you're totally right, man. Yeah. Also, Brazil is incredibly cheap. I'm not a huge fan of Cuba, but That's because they do so much crazy stuff. Like, we allow U.S. like people in. We no longer allow U.S. people in. So, at least within my lifetime. Like when Obama was in administration, we are able to export, like Cuba was like, we are able to export Cuban cigars and Cuban leaves and things like that. And then they are not. So
I don't know about you, but I think Cuban cigars are overrated, man. I mean,
well, they are completely. But what I would say is that Cuban rum is even worse. I've never had a good Cuban rum. Cuban cigars, I would say, are slightly overrated. They are amazing, but you can't import Cuban cigars anymore, so you have to pay exorbitant prices, and you have to have the expectation that they're stored properly.
you also have to have the expectation that you're probably getting Dominican tobacco rolled in a Cuban paper.
Pretty much.
I couldn't tell you how many people I knew that went down there and just like re-rolled Cubans into Dominican paper to get back through customs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, not gonna pretend to understand any of like the mineral testing or anything like that they do, but probably.
Yes, Hendrix, you're right. I mean, I don't smoke cigars like that, but I have seen many people pull out what they call Cubans, and just by how dense they are, you can tell it's not even close.
Like the only time that like I've had a weird experience in a foreign country was probably Jamaica, to be honest, though. But it was never a bad experience. It was that I'd like walk up to like the armed guards that had AKs, and they also had M4s and things like that, and explain to them that I wanted to leave the premises at one resort. And they were like, "Are you 100% sure?" And I was like, "Yeah, I just want to walk down the highway." And they were like, "You just want to walk down the highway?" And I was like, "Yeah." And that conversation went on for probably about 4 whole minutes of like explaining that back and forth. But I was getting picked up by some people that I had met. And then we were going to like some Jamaican festivals and things like that. It was awesome. So also you can actually, the affordability of like just permanently like living in Jamaica through like within a resort is insane. I can't do it because I've got a family, but if I didn't, there's so many different places that I would consider like living, like if it was just me and my wife.
Boys, what is there to do in Fort Lauderdale, Florida? I'm going to Florida in a couple weeks here. Any suggestions?